Hello and good evening. We're here for our Tuesday evening workshops. We're running a little late here, but we're going to try to make up some time in the air. We have friends here to talk about our Riverfront Island Master Plan. If the three of you can introduce yourselves and take it away. And if I can have counselors hold their questions until the end. Thank you.
Good evening, counselors, Mr. Mayor. We're here to talk about Samar and Payne Master Plan. I'm Kevin Gagne, Public Works Director.
And I'm Hillary Ochudge. I'm a landscape architect with Viewshed in Yarmouth.
And I'm Jessica Higgins. I also work for Viewshed in Yarmouth, and I'm the project manager. Right, we might go ahead and roll in.
So we have been talking about this several times. We were here just before budget session. Both of our colleagues here have been working hard to bring this stuff back to you, and you're going to see some of the things we talked about last time.
Kurt, if we can have the presentation on the screen, that'd be wonderful.
There we go.
Go time.
All right. So thank you so much for joining us today. This is our third and final presentation, and as Kevin mentioned, we've been working on this for the course of a little over a year. We submitted a draft report along with this presentation for your review. We're hoping to get your feedback today, and we will go back in and update the draft report to be finalized and submitted to you within a few weeks. So please give us your feedback. Let us know what you think. If there's anything that you would like to see changed, we tried to integrate your feedback from the previous presentations as best we could. And with that, move on to the next. Let's go through the boring stuff first. So existing conditions. Just to orient everyone, we have north is to the left side of the page. We have the Androscoggin River down below. So this is mostly the park as it exists today. To the south side of the park, we have a future pavilion area. This is currently under construction, so we are treating it as an existing condition. So looking at the greater context of the park, we have the main mill museum, which is currently under construction. It's slated to open in the spring. We have the PAMCO building that has as a future development TBD. As I mentioned before, we have the phase 1 of the ribbon path that's currently under construction, and our phase 2 of the ribbon path design, which incorporates a Woodruff turnaround, that is slated for construction in 2027 and is in the design development right now. So taking a quick look at the proposed master plan, this is just going to be a high-level overview because we're going to go into more detail in later slides. But one item of note that is not discussed later is the dog park that we have integrated to the north side of the park. You'll see it just to the north of the red shop. That was a comment last time to integrate some kind of dog park into Samar and Payne. Where our thoughts were is we wanted to keep this space kind of open just based off of the existing events that are happening in the park. We saw this space just to the north of the red shop. We thought that was perfect for a dog park, and it's along the riverfront path and easily accessible from the main park itself. So with that, we're going to slide into pedestrian circulation. So this is showing our proposed circulation improvements to the park. We're maintaining the important connections north, east, and west, but we are also integrating an additional a pedestrian bridge labeled 21. That's to the northwest of the park. That's to for safety reasons, as well as to increase pedestrian circulation into the park and kind of activate that area around the proposed red shop. Looking at park-wide upgrades, we're looking to establish a new set of furnishings throughout the park. The idea is that these kind of celebrate and incorporate the park's industrial and railroad history. So you can see the benches and the picnic tables look a lot like railroad ties. We have a new standard light that kind of picks up on this industrial look and kind of celebrates that railroad history of the park. On the bottom left, too, you will see an image of a potential signage design for the park. Now, we have a whole signage package that we can look at a later date, but we are aware of the RFP out for a citywide wayfinding package, and we would love to work with whatever consultant is awarded this particular RFP and try and integrate a new design or a sign for Samar Payne that kind of fits into the new aesthetics of the signage package. Now, as I mentioned, we're going to kind of zoom in and look at several areas throughout the park and go into further detail. We have divided it into a series of focus areas. We're going to start off with the pavilion and memorial area, which I mentioned was partially under construction currently. There's the adventure play area. There's improvements to the existing amphitheater. There's waterfront improvements, the Red Shop Plaza, and finally Canal and Oxford Street streetscape enhancements. And with that, I'm going to pass it over to Hillary.
So the first area we're focusing on is this new pavilion, which will be kind of a signature element of the park that you can see from the city and will be very close to the entrance, the main pedestrian entrance, as well as the Beach Street extension. One of the major changes we made overall to the plan of the park was to move the memorial site from kind of an awkward angle closer to the bridge to Auburn, and we're shifting it closer to Lewiston so that it is more visible, more prominent, and also we're creating a space for reflection and seating around the memorial. So it will be prominently located right near the entrance, so everyone will see it coming from the city. The stage, we got some wonderful feedback in our last meeting with you about creating a space that is sheltered and flexible, so it can be used in different ways throughout the year. When there are big events, there can be a temporary stage, such as the Dempsey Challenge, and then the rest of the year there can be picnic tables, there could be an ice rink in the winter. It can be used however the city would like to program it throughout the year. There will be a stone dust kind of continuous paving area that's very compacted so that it's comfortable to walk on, but it's suitable for trucks to drive over for loading and unloading for events, leading right out to the main event lawn. And as we kind of come around the park, going towards the Riverwalk side, we're taking advantage of the kind of slope that leads you down from the main lawn elevation down towards the Riverwalk and tucking a really exciting adventure playground in that area. So there will be two separate play spaces, one for the younger kids, one for the school-age kids, and really kind of tying back into that railroad history of the site and of the city. So focusing on play structures that really tap into that history and celebrate kids' imagination. There will be a retaining wall kind of on the back, which you can see in that image on the upper right. And so that retaining wall will help both act as a play space, so we can have little climbing handholds across the wall. And then above that, there will be a fence for safety, certainly, but there will be a splash pad to kind of enliven that space and help meet the need for water play in the summertime. Because this is in a floodplain, that is the reason why that area is elevated, to protect all the infrastructure and the water and keep that all safe. And additionally, the parents will love this, that there is an adjacent restroom and changing room to make everyone's life a little easier when you're coming with your little ones to the park. And as we move along the Riverwalk, we're taking advantage of the wonderful amphitheater and the granite seating there and making some improvements to it, both from an accessibility perspective and from a functional perspective. So we've heard that this stage is undersized for the type of events that people would like to hold there. So increasing the stage size by about 70%. And then really thinking about how people want to move through this space and participate in events. So there is a kind of, if you look at the image, you can see there's kind of a Y-shaped path. That path that arcs around below the amphitheater is an accessible path, and there will be two kind of legs leading off of it for two different accessible seating areas. And then that path also serves to connect kind of the upper level of the park to the lower level for people with accessibility needs. And then moving along the riverfront, really celebrating all of the activities that are currently happening in the park in that area, and improving the function of all of the paving elements and the structural elements to really enhance that area. So going from left to right on that plan image, we're thinking of revamping the scenic overlook that's just across the canal, so that during events like Riverfest, there's a wonderful viewpoint where you can see the boat launches and the races. And then you can enter the park from that bridge and be greeted with a lovely entrance marker, such as we have on the bottom left as an inspiration, with beautiful plantings, artwork, signage, whatever kind of comes down the pike as the designs are finalized. A boat storage area was very important for the function of this space. And then along the Riverwalk, we have kind of widened and expanded the paved vending area, which is currently a brick area that's used for turnarounds and some event space for vendors during different events. So really formalizing that and making it a space that can be used throughout the year for different events, food trucks, et cetera. And then as we move over to the Red Shop, we understand that the plans for the Red Shop are in flux and maybe for a while, but the activation of the space adjacent to it can happen at any time, regardless of what happens with the building itself. So we're really looking at transforming this corner of the park and making it very active by including this new pedestrian bridge, so that people can more easily access this corner of the park, and then putting a lot of really interesting, fun things in this corner. You know, that we can have outdoor seating, we can have temporary events. During larger events, there's a reinforced lawn space adjacent to the outdoor dining area where you could have spillover for dining or other events associated with the big festivals. And we also, throughout the park, we're adding in new seating, new benches, things like that, just to make more places for people to sit and enjoy the park. And finally, on the canal and Oxford streetscape enhancements, we worked really closely with the city staff in thinking about how best to activate the canal and really make this a valuable part of the park. In consultation with the staff, we are planning to elevate the bottom of the canal with gravel or other materials so that the water depth is only somewhere between 6 to 12 inches, depending on what is deemed appropriate. So it's still a place to go, cool off, you can experience the water, but it will be a much more kind of controlled environment. And fencing all around on both sides of the street for safety. But it will be a place that can be enlivened with artwork, with light, with stepping stones, so you can kind of walk out into the canal. There are a lot of opportunities there. And on the Oxford Street side are the overlooks that we talked about with you last time as a way for people to view what might be happening in the park, of the balloons, et cetera. But again, here we're really emphasizing accessibility, that there would be stairs down to these overlooks, but also ramps so that they're accessible to everyone. And we really see this area as a kind of a gateway moment as well to the park, that it will, by enlivening the canal and bringing a lot of interest and activity to this corner, it will bring a lot more activity to the park as a whole. Yeah, and so we welcome any feedback or questions that you might have. Thank you very much.
Perhaps I missed this just now or in a previous session. What are our thoughts on a space, or what space makes sense for the farmer's market at the park? Or is that like not under consideration, or?
We hadn't anticipated moving the farmer's market, so the space that is currently across from Canal is the space that we've been envisioning and trying to improve. But if there's future considerations, we can look at that.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Najin.
Just really quickly on the farmer's market piece, I believe in the RIMP plan, there were improvements along Oxford Street in case that lot was ever transferred to another use or developed in some way. But I do think that if we get the covered cantilevered, or the 10, I don't know how to call it. Pavilion, thank you. That always functions to allow all kinds of different markets, makers markets, things like that. The one thing I would just like to point out is that in the drawing or the presentation for kind of like that wavy path, the accessible path and seating, one thing that we've seen a few times in places where these exist on steep inclines is that folks just cut through the middle of it often. So I think it's important that you keep in mind that you're also creating an egress for folks that want to get from point A to point B without, people won't do it. If you go to Franklin Pastures and you look at the end of the trail where it comes around, people just go right down the hill. So just something to point out.
Councilor Glant.
Thank you, Mayor. I have two questions. The foot traffic, are you able to bring that back up, please? I guess I'd like to see the dog park connect to 27 somehow. If somebody's in a dog park and didn't want to have to come all the way back across and wanted to cut down, I don't see a path there. I don't think it'd have to be a very big or fancy path. But in my mind, somebody walking a dog might come down and go off to that right direction and not have to circle all the way back around to get to that point. And the other thing was the park entrance artwork. We're doing a kids' playground basically looking like Lewiston, okay? Features. I'd like to see some artwork that's going to be done representing the features of Lewiston. We were a textile mill company, something, not that I don't like pretty flamboyant type artwork, but I just think if we're going to have that theme in the park, then maybe that theme should carry through to the different items that people can see. All right, thank you.
Councilor Chittum.
Thank you, Councilor Gallant. I know where there's a sculpture that has all kinds of gears and evocative of the Lewiston history. Thanks for the segue, sir. A couple of questions. The height of the climbing wall, retaining wall?
It will be around 5 to 6 feet in most
Five to
areas.
6 feet, okay, that's kind of what I thought. I also would like to echo Councilor Gallant's concern about the dog park. You recognize that there are as yet undetermined uses for the Red Shop. I would prefer to keep those as open as possible. So pulling the dog park back a little way and stretching it out, maybe connecting it to the overlook, might be a way to avoid any infringement. Similarly with the outdoor dining, I don't know how fixed in place that would be, but its proximity to the Red Shop may inhibit any future developments that we're looking at for that. And finally, on Adventure Playground, there's a graphic that shows a fence going across the pathway underneath the retaining wall. Is that just a graphic error?
So typically in all playground spaces, there is perimeter fencing around the whole space with gates, just to keep kids from wandering off by accident. So that would be, it's a little hard to tell in this image, but there would be enough space to get down to the steps, have a landing, and then open the gate.
And then open the gate, okay. I would think that's the parents' job to keep an eye on the kids. Thank you.
Councilor Najin, yes.
I apologize. I just want to come back just to hit the dog park one more time. One, the proposed location for the dog park is actually above some underwater, some water storage containers that make that area pretty much undevelopable for many things. Am I correct on that?
To the west the bottom of the image, like where 28 is.
Yep.
Yeah, that section in there maybe to the little bit to the north, they
Yeah.
kind of go diagonal along the Riverwalk.
And the other part that I would just bring up is that, and I experience this all the time because I live on I live very close to the Riverwalk, the northern Riverwalk, the Greenway Trail. There are folks who do like dogs, and there are folks that do not like dogs. And keeping dogs separated from kids and people who don't have dogs is always nice. I'm not saying it shouldn't move somewhere else. I'm pointing out those two pieces where keeping the dog park a little bit separate from the park itself benefits folks who don't want to be around dogs, and also keeps a little bit of separation between other uses. So.
Councillor Chittum, back to you.
Park-wide upgrades, are you asking the council to bless the specific designs that are shown in here, or are these conceptual only? And if they are, then who will be making the final decision as to what the benches look like and what the lights and the standards and so on?
So as part of this is the master plan with some visioning over the last couple of years. And we're not asking you to bless this tonight. It's not on the agenda to do that. It's just a workshop. So we would work with administration to bring back whatever type of further input or design, whether it's a design subcommittee or something like that. But we want to continue to have staff input. And I think as Jessica pointed out, we're trying to work on our wayfinding and our other messaging and imaging throughout, so that would be incorporated into this space as well. So we want to do it holistically and with input. So we're not asking you to finalize it tonight.
Councillor Harriman.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank you for doing this work and for coming here tonight. Sorry for the delay at the beginning. It's really exciting to see just all the things that can happen here. So thanks.
Councillor Najin.
So just real quick for the public, there was a whole process where quite a few stakeholders were involved in this, and there's still quite a few stakeholders in Simard Payne Park. And so if you're seeing things in this design that you care about, that you want to pull for, if you're seeing things that are concerns, communicate with city staff or with your council representative, because once something's in, it's in, and we don't want a situation where somebody's like, nobody told me about this. We're trying to tell you. So
I would probably add to that consideration of the CIP coming up. Our deadline to submit to administration is November 17th. So we have kind of years 1 through 3 kind of programmed on some things that we think are pretty unified, but it's those future years out 4 and 5 that we really want input to be able to have direction to program.
Further comments, questions from the council? Councillor Chittum, yes.
This, I assume, is on the city website.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep.
I'm excited about the additional pedestrian bridge to access the Red Shop area, so thank you very much. And you three have a wonderful evening. Thanks for being here.
Thank you very much.
We are now going to hear an update from the committee to establish a homeless shelter. Craig, did you have a presentation too? Or?
There's no presentation.
Okay.
Just words tonight.
Gotcha. If you three can introduce yourselves and take it away.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Craig Saddlemeyer. I am the co-chair of the Shelter Committee. I'll ask Chris to introduce himself.
Chris Picknell, Executive Director of New Beginnings and a member of the Shelter Committee.
And Linda Scott, the Administrative Director for the new shelter, Alter LA Transitional Shelter.
So we're going to give you basically a brief summary of what the committee has done since our beginning, since we're coming to an end, basically, of the committee's appointed term. Before we get into that, I want to just invite anyone who has served on the committee that's in the audience to stand up and just receive recognition for your hard work. And I'll just begin by saying it's been a real pleasure to co-chair this committee. This is an incredibly dedicated group of people who, when we began, we were meeting weekly for almost a year, and then bi-weekly, and only in the I think September did we begin meeting only at a monthly frequency. Our last meeting will be in December. Okay, so just to remind everyone, and this is also, counselors, this will sound more familiar, but I also wanted to just make sure the public had a chance to absorb the work of the committee. So to remind everyone, this committee was established by council to support the establishment of a new full-time permanent homeless shelter. The committee refined the work and parameters for a shelter based upon the work of the prior shelter committee and also input from the members of this committee, and identified resources to help make that happen. We looked at resources such as the Maine Housing Grant, which, as we all know, we were successful in obtaining in partnership with Caden's Kitchen. The Emergency Shelter and Housing Assistance Program operated by Maine Housing, which could not be applied for at this moment in time, but we have made all efforts to make sure that this shelter will be eligible for that funding, which is an annual operating source of funds. There's the EPA grant, which was pursued in partnership, it was the city applied as part of a larger application, and that grant was impounded, and currently it's, futures in question. So never technically declined, but not expecting to see those funds anytime soon. We pursued Androscoggin ARPA funds. We're not successful there. Largely, it seems, due to timing. We did obtain some private resources to help get the shelter going, particularly with pre-development costs. We advised the city on the RFP process, the request for proposals. We helped identify potential sites for the shelter. We've been coordinating with Auburn throughout this process. The RFP process, I'll remind everyone just briefly, was largely, I think when we envisioned how things would begin, we were hoping to take our time and just identify all of the perfect resources and package them together and then do an RFP. And as it turned out, there were not many resources to be found. But there was a particularly great resource in the Maine Housing Grant that was being offered, and the deadline was shortly after we had commenced our meeting. So we reoriented to respond to that opportunity, and I think we wouldn't be here today if we had not made that pivot with council's support. So thank you for that. Caden's Kitchen was selected as the partner. Let's see, I want to respect time. We will try to leave just a few minutes for questions at the end, but there is, and Altarella is going to give their update. So I think in a moment, I guess I'll sort of conclude with some recommendations. But we have one more meeting in November and then one more meeting in December. And then that's it. We're not asking for an extension of the committee. I guess I invite council to think during our presentation or shortly after if there's any other requests you have of the committee before we conclude our service, please let us or myself know. Okay, so getting to the recommendations, I think it's important that one thing we're recommending is that there is the demographic data that is collected by the city clerk through the licensing process is something that should be reviewed by both the Homeless Response Service Hub 4, that's our local hub for homeless service coordination, the city's housing committee, the city's public health committee, and city council should get a report of that demographic data. And that's going to be saying, who's being served, who's being declined for all licensed shelters in the community. That data is not available yet, but that's something that should be forthcoming in the near future. I guess I did want to address briefly, I think that data is going to be much more informative for us in terms of what we're doing at the local level than the point-in-time count. When I was here presenting on behalf of the Housing Committee, the point-in-time count, which got some attention in the news, was brought up, and just to sort of clarify for folks, That is literally just one night where efforts are made to count people who are homeless on that night in communities throughout the state. And it's somewhat useful data, but the data collection method, I think, is very limited and very much dependent on the ability of the community to collect the data, to go out and basically do interviews. And if, I think, to a large extent, the Androscoggin County's low point-in-time count has always been due to the fact that we don't have many shelters participating in the state programs that would require them to participate in the count. So we're just undercounting, I think, much more so than we have lower numbers when it comes to the pit count. And the article that came out, I think, was when it was talking about a decrease, the decrease was not in net unhoused people. It was a subset of that who were sheltered or unsheltered at the time of the count, which I think may have misled folks to think that it was suggesting that the point-in-time count said we only had 7 unhoused people in the community, which is not the case. So folks can ask me more questions about that later if you'd like to get into the details. Okay, so that's the recommendation on data. I'm going to turn the mic to Chris to say a little bit more about the other recommendations of the committee.
Thank you, Craig. So the following recommendations really are recommending 2 new positions in the city. One would be a homeless services coordinator, and one would be a public health director. The reason for this is because while the creation of this shelter is an amazing step forward for the city of Lewiston, it is a first step and a small one in solving the problem of homelessness in this community. And so to oversee the continuing process, there really needs to be some kind of an administrative structure to do that, to help guide and manage what's going on in the community in a larger sense, not just with this shelter, but with all homeless activities. And then the next consideration to help support those positions would be to consider the creation of a public health department within the city, because homelessness is a public health issue. And then the final recommendation is a non-recommendation that we don't need to continue this committee.
All right, so with that, I will hand it over to Linda, who will be providing updates on the shelter itself.
Certainly. So we've been very productive over the last couple of weeks now that we're at the 70 Horton Street address. Actually working pretty much nonstop. Myself, Tanya Sands, Kevin Bollard, and Jamie Cowett are all working together to make sure that we have everything in place to do what needs to be done to get this shelter open. We currently have Platts Associates, which is the architectural firm for the project. They are currently working on developing the design plans for the Alter LA Transitional Shelter. Last week, we met with the architect and with City's Planning and Code Department for a pre-application meeting to discuss where we're at as far as timeline going forward with going to the planning board for approval and then to begin the city's licensing process. So we have everything in place to start moving forward with that, and we're hoping that we'll be in front of the planning board by next month. The warming center, we recently completed an inspection with code enforcement and the fire department in preparation for opening the warming center for this season. And we only had a few minor items which were identified by the fire department, such as making sure we replace fire extinguishers, very simple things to be done. We had no issues with code enforcement, and we are having a follow-up inspection with them scheduled for next week to obtain the final approval to open up the warming center for this year. We will be opening up the warming center on Saturday, November 1st of this year. We are continuing to prioritize communication and collaboration with neighbors and local stakeholders. We have an upcoming follow-up meeting with Community Credit Union to discuss mitigating any issues that they see and moving forward with helping to alleviate some concerns that their staff have. We are also going to be meeting again with the residents of the Fry School Apartments to discuss with them the same thing, the date of our opening, and to make sure that we have constant communication with them to mitigate any concerns. These meetings are a very proactive thing that we are doing. It's not just those 2 places that we've met with. We've met with Orbit's Hair Salon. We've met with residents in just about every building around our facility, having conversations, identifying who we are, making those connections with those folks so that they know that we're here to help and to make a difference in that particular section of the city. We are also, the Lewiston Police Department will be providing proactive support prior to opening and will maintain a visible presence during the first few nights of the warming shelter operations. Warming center, my apologies. This partnership is essential to help address pre-existing external concerns and to ensure a safe environment for residents, staff, and the surrounding community. I also reached out to the city administrator and CC'd all of you about a conversation that I hope will be on the agenda in November to discuss putting no parking signs in that particular spot on Ash Street, and I hope that we can continue that conversation. And that's all I have for right now. We are meeting with, going in front of the county budget committee tomorrow evening to discuss some possible funding with them as well, and we're available for any questions.
So the warming center is opening on November 1st, you said?
Yes.
And we're going to be running that until when?
It's going to be, at this point, an 8-week program until we ensure that we have enough funding to move forward for the full season. At this point, it's an 8-week program for the warming center with Maine Housing. We have to establish that we will have at least opening for a warming center for 40 individuals moving forward till we get the shelter open itself, which could mean that we have to limit the number of folks coming in if we don't have the funding sources to move forward with the warming center through the whole winter. Right now, we have the funding that Lewiston gave through the RFP that was put forward for last year's warming center and moving forward with this year's warming center, and that's funding for 8 weeks.
So if I'm understanding correctly, 8 weeks would be for November and December, which...
January 1st, we would have to switch over to, right now, we could probably get a lot more folks into that building for the warming center for those 8 weeks. We know we can, but there will be a limit if we don't have enough funding to support moving forward with the warming center until we open the shelter.
Right. I guess my question is, if we only have 8 weeks of funding, should we shift the start date?
Well, Maine Housing would like us to open. We had originally tried to open on November 15th, and Maine Housing, because of our contract with them, wants us to have 40 spots available for November 1st.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Further questions, comments? Councilor Chittum.
Thank you. Is Maine Housing going to pay for those 2 weeks? Rhetorical question.
Thank you.
Do we currently have the methodologies to collect demographics from all shelters citywide? This may be a question for administration, although you may be able to answer that, Mr. Settlemeyer.
Well, it's in the licensing ordinance, it requires that all licensed shelters, whether they are the historic ones that were grandfathered or new, there is a certain amount of demographic data that is to be reported.
Okay, have we started collecting that? Are you aware?
I don't believe we have that data yet.
Okay, thank you. You've mentioned a couple of positions that you would like to see funded in the city budget. Do you have conceptual job descriptions? What sort of responsibilities would they have? And if you're looking for recommendations on how to fill the rest of your calendar for 2025, that would be one.
We did not come up with any job descriptions. We were thinking more in the lines of what capacity the city needs to have in order to manage the issue of homelessness, and not only the issue of homelessness, but also many of the factors that aggravate homelessness and make people stay in homelessness for a long period of time are also public health issues. And so in order to address the full spectrum of kind of how people come into homelessness and how they exit it, it makes a lot of sense to have a couple of positions that help all of the partners in the community manage that crisis and mitigate the response.
I couldn't agree more, Mr. Bicknell, and I know there are members of the audience who are very excited to hear you say this. That's the 60,000-foot view. Can you, in the rest of this calendar year, bring it down to the 30,000
if
foot
that's
view?
what the city council is asking us to do in the last 2 sessions, we will definitely give it a shot.
Well, in order for us to ask you that, I think we need to know what you have planned. I don't want to displace other important work, but that's something that I think the council would be in agreement we'd like to see. If you're proposing those positions, we'd like to have something a little more flexible. Gee, it's a good idea to have people there, which I agree with, but thank you.
Totally understand your perspective.
That's it. I just wanted to make certain that you're aware that the Budget Committee is, in fact, tomorrow night.
Yes.
I initially misled you. the commission will be voting on November 5th
Yes.
on the final budget. Okay,
Yes.
good.
We're prepared to be at both.
Thank you, that's good, thank you.
Councillor Najin.
So first and foremost, thank you all. I know this is always tough. There's tough decisions that have to be made around funding and all of these other challenges that sit out there. One thing that I would just say really quickly concerning Council President Chittum's mentioning of the public health director or public health office is that possibly somebody should reach out to the public health committee. I came before them 2 months ago asking them to make a recommendation concerning a public health officer here in the city. And so they may have done some of the legwork as well. And just so that we're not all wasting too much time. Thank you so much.
Definitely don't want to redo someone else's work.
Further question? Yes, Councillor Longchamps.
Yes, I just would like to thank you guys for all the hard work that you've put into this. And I think it's critical that we definitely do something about that parking on Ash Street. It's been a problem for a long time, and although I think some people would think if we, or have said, it would appear as though we're just pushing and moving people along, but it's a first step to something. And so thank you for bringing that up.
Councillor Roy.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you to all of you. Your hard work, just to be able to work alongside of you for the months that I have, the years that I have, your talents are just amazing. You all bring something special to the table, and I really, really appreciate all of you. Thank you for that.
For the public's benefit, Councillor Roy served as the co-chair with Mr. Stottlemyre. Further questions, comments from the council? We are honored by your service. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful evening. We're going to need a few minutes to sort of reset, and then we'll be joining you shortly with our official meeting. Hello and good evening. Welcome to our Tuesday evening meeting. We have Fire Deputy Chief Pino here, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, I believe we're ready to begin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All roll call votes for this meeting will begin with the Councilor of Ward 4.
I understand we have minutes.
Yes, you do have the October 7th meeting.
May I have a motion, please?
Move to accept as
Second.
presented.
Councilor Chittum, followed by Councilor Councilor Najin, my apologies. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Councilor from Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. This Saturday is October 25th. In honor of 18 lives that we have lost, we will have 18 seconds of silence. Thank you all. 2 years have passed since Lewiston was impacted by unimaginable tragedy. The loss of 18 members of our community left an indelible mark on all of us, and for the survivors and the families of the victims, the weight of that day remains a constant presence. We remember those individuals who were taken from us, as well as those affected, and honor the strength of their loved ones. To the survivors and the families, your perseverance and resilience is a powerful example for us all. You have navigated an unthinkable situation with grace and courage, and you will always have my deepest respect and support. In the face of senseless violence, Lewiston has responded not with fear, but with collective solidarity. This solidarity was seen through the selfless actions of the first responders and police officers who put themselves at risk to help their fellow community members in the immediate aftermath of the shooting. It continued to be exhibited by the neighbors who checked on one another and through the actions of countless others who offered their help. This serves as a reminder that our community is composed of a network of people who care deeply for each other. The same spirit of solidarity and togetherness guides our healing now. Nothing can erase the pain caused by the events of October 25th, and it is not something we can move past with time. Healing is not about forgetting, rather it is about finding a way to carry forward together. We must continue to honor the lives lost by ensuring that something like this never happens again. We must work together to rebuild our sense of safety. In Lewiston, we must remain connected by a shared commitment to care for and love each other and the place we call home. Let us continue to use that love as a source of strength and healing. So as we remember those we lost, let us reaffirm our commitment to each other and build a future where our community is safe, connected, and resilient. Let our actions, both large and small, serve as a tribute to those who are no longer with us. Lewiston is strong, and by leaning on our collective strength and solidarity, we can continue moving forward. Thank you. This Friday, I am proclaiming November 3rd. No, that's not quite right. November. Oh, okay. Sorry, we have a change here. This Friday is October 24th, correct? Yes. Yeah. A small typo here, but it's my fault. We're proclaiming this Friday, October 24th, as Love Lewiston Day. Whereas on October 25th, 2023, a senseless tragedy took 18 lives, causing unimaginable pain and a deep yearning for ways to unite and collectively heal. And whereas we honor and remember those who lost their lives, those who were injured, and families who were forever impacted, and whereas the City of Lewiston has tremendous gratitude for the bravery and tireless efforts of law enforcement and all other first responders. And whereas deep gratitude is also extended to hospitals, medical personnel, and support staff who rally together to immediately care for those injured and for continuing to care for those recovering. And whereas Lewiston appreciates the mental health providers, community organizations, school leaders, educators, faith leaders, and individuals across the United States and abroad for their support and thoughtful sentiments. And whereas the City of Lewiston is also thankful for the abundance of resources and services provided by those neighboring areas and across the United States. And whereas our unity and love we extend to our neighbors and fellow community members remain vital as we continue to heal. And Love Lewiston Day is a meaningful step in that direction. And whereas residents can demonstrate their love for Lewiston by uplifting one another, engaging in everyday acts of kindness, and fostering a spirit of mutual support. Whereas we are a resilient community which has only grown stronger and more united in the past 2 years. Now, therefore, I, Carl L. Schlien, Mayor of the City of Lewiston, do hereby proclaim officially October 24th, 2025 as Love Lewiston Day, and thank participants for their commitment to fostering healing and hope for our city. Thank you very much. We also recognize Domestic Violence Awareness Month. If I believe Megan Parks from Safe Voices is here, and if you can join me up front. Honoring survivors, remembering victims, and proclaiming October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. In honor of our residents and neighbors who have survived domestic violence, who still experience abuse, and those who have lost their lives to this critical community issue, we formally recognize October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. We urge all local citizens to recognize this month of action by participating in scheduled activities and programs sponsored by Safe Voices, local domestic violence resource centers, and other community organizations working toward the elimination of intimate partner violence. Whereas in the last year, Safe Voices served over 2,700 individual survivors of abuse, trafficking, and exploitation, including over 1,200 in Androscoggin County and over 850 in the Twin Cities of Lewiston, Auburn. And whereas the effects of domestic violence are far-reaching, directly affecting individual survivors as well as our communities at large. And whereas domestic violence in the home is a profound indicator of the risk to the broader community and is often perpetrated as part of an abuser's process of escalation that will include violence reaching outside the home. And whereas roughly half of all homicides annually in the state of Maine are attributed to domestic violence, and whereas we recognize that domestic violence must be addressed by the community as a community safety issue and with survivor-centered responses, and whereas we remind domestic violence survivors that they are not alone and urge survivors and families to seek aid from the local Safe Voices helpline serving Androscoggin, Franklin, and Oxford counties. That's 1-800-559-2927, or the statewide helpline, 866-834-HELP, H-E-L-P. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Carl L. Schlien, and the people of Lewiston do hereby proclaim October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month and call upon all residents to reaffirm our collective commitment to supporting survivors, honoring those we have lost, and working together to build a community where safety, dignity, and respect aren't guaranteed for all. Thank you. October is also Manufacturing Month, and we have Chris here from Bourgeois Guitars, if he can join us. And then we also have Brian Doyle from Economic Development. Thanks for being here. Brian, thank you so much. Celebrating Manufacturing Month and honoring the innovation and impact of Lewiston's manufacturers. Whereas October is observed nationally as Manufacturing Month, a time to recognize the vital role that manufacturers play in driving economic growth, innovation, and job creation in Lewiston and across the United States. And whereas manufacturing has long been a cornerstone of Lewiston's economy, from the historic mills that shape our city's foundation to the advanced manufacturing businesses that thrive here today. And whereas Lewiston manufacturers produce high-quality goods that reach markets across the nation and around the world, while also sustaining local families, strengthening neighborhoods, and contributing to the cultural and economic vitality of our community. And whereas manufacturing jobs offer opportunities for meaningful careers, skill development, and economic mobility, making them essential to the present and future prosperity of Lewiston. And whereas during October, manufacturers across Maine will open their doors for tours, events, and educational opportunities, showcasing the innovation and talent that define this sector and inspiring the next generation of workers. Now, therefore, I, Carl L. Schelin, Mayor of the City of Lewiston, do hereby proclaim October as Manufacturing Month in Lewiston and call upon all residents to join in celebrating the contributions of our manufacturers and to recognize the importance of this sector to Lewiston's identity and success and to support efforts that expand opportunity in the years to come. Thank you so much. Is Megan still here? Megan? Megan? I jumped the gun, sorry. Here we go. You will. Thank you. Are we all set? Yes. All right, I'm leaving you these. Thank you. We are now up to public comment. Any member of the public may make comments regarding issues pertaining to Lewiston City government. This period is reserved for non-agenda items. Public comment is also allowed during individual agenda items. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per person. Please state your name for the record and please indicate if you are a Lewiston resident. Because this is the business meeting of the City Council, all questions should be directed to the mayor, who asks staff to follow up at a future time. It is illegal for the City Council to allow comments related to personnel matters. All personnel complaints should be made directly to the City Administration Office.
Ronnie Parity, Ward 6. I'd like to thank Ren, Council from Ward 5, because she was able to get Kevin of Public Works to clean up my husband's park, Mark Parity Park. So thank you, Ren, for listening and going about your job as counselor. My second thing, I like to propose to the counselors that you would hire a public health person starting in January until July for half a year. That means you have to appropriate some money. We need it. And I was thinking, you get the person hired for January to July, and then we can put that in the next budget for a full-time public health person and officer. And I was glad the Housing Committee really pointed that out as a thing. So I'm asking you to please talk to our administrator and administrators to please find money. I know you can, and you might ask Auburn if they want to share this job with us. You know, the bridge is short, and people go back and forth, and all the businesses is related to both Lewiston and Auburn. CDC in Georgia is cut down. They said they won't be able to handle the disasters this year. They are really worried because of not enough staff down there in Georgia. And I don't know what's going to happen here in Maine, but we need somebody for our city if Auburn doesn't want to do it. Please think about this money. it's worth it in the end, and we wouldn't be fighting over needles and things like that if we had a professional person who cared about our city and was staff in our city in Lewiston. So I'm asking you to appropriate the money and ask the administrator to hire somebody for January to July, so, and then put it in the next budget for a full-time person. Thank you.
David Rackmales, Ward 1. As someone from away, it's been interesting to read the recent pieces in the Sun Journal discussing that particular quirk of Maine culture. A Maine native I met on the golf course responded to my head scratching with a laugh and revealing insight. Mainers hate change. That was interesting to me because while it's human nature to fear the unknown, it's also true that change is inevitable. Any good management seminar will teach you to embrace change. Continuous improvement is the key. Identify your problems and work to fix them. If you're not changing, then you're falling behind. Speaking with a local business leader a while back, we shared similar concerns about the lessons our youth were learning in their school environments. But, he said, public action is not the way to fix things. The people running these systems represent an entrenched power, and the only way to change their behavior is to join them and try to work from the inside. That all sounded very cloak and dagger to me, and I'm very bad at deception and manipulation. Besides, the list of what seemed well-intentioned public servants and educators that have been on the inside and then forced out under murky circumstances is long and getting longer. I was talking with a city employee recently about what had drawn me to Lewiston, and I mentioned the diversity. She said, diversity is great, but how do you create unity? You can't create unity in an atmosphere of fear, intimidation, and mistrust. You need honest and open dialogue. But people won't engage in that dialogue if A, there could be adverse consequences for speaking out, and B, there's little likelihood of positive change. If the police union or the school superintendent are unwilling to honor the terms of their contracts and are demanding changes, they need to explain themselves to the public. They should not be cutting deals behind closed doors. Councillor Gallant may have a clearer read on the political environment here than most of us. He has some solid, if discouraging, advice on his website, on his profile page, which says, keep informed, build a coalition, patiently persist, and be happy with incremental progress. Councillor, it's hard to build a coalition in an environment of fear and mistrust. Trust me, I've tried. Things are changing, and I'm optimistic that we're moving in the right direction. But the violations of the public's trust must stop, and there must be more transparency. While thinking about what to say tonight, I was asked whether I was glad to have moved to Lewiston. And although glad isn't the adjective I would use, I can say that I feel like I'm where I'm supposed to be. So to my fellow residents, I would say, get to know your neighbors, go vote if you're allowed, and we can all move forward together, making positive change.
Good evening. I was here at the last meeting, Mr. Mayor, as you know, and where it is a night about domestic violence, I am a recipient, and my dad, of probably the worst violence by the police.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Chittum.
Could the speaker introduce himself, please?
Oh, yes, thank you. Yes, please introduce yourself and say where you
Wayne
live.
Koss, and I own the property at 396 East Avenue, which was allowed for somebody to move in with a fraudulent deed, which is going to be addressed. On the night of December 19th, 2024, the city of Lewiston, I believe you can't mention names, I was arrested at my own house for the second time for trespassing. It's my house. My brother had a fraudulent issue. However, what really went overboard, went out of the house to bring my laptop and my database to the neighbor because the time prior that I had a false arrest and no one ever showed up in court with the police after waiting 4 months, they seized all my property. So while I was going over to my neighbor's house, the police jumped me from behind, beat me up. I've got 15 to $20,000 in hospital bills here, fractured ribs, broken ribs, 2 sprained wrists. They dragged me back, they beat me up, pounded me in the back of the head, and they never gave me the video. They never showed up in court. It's a worst case. And none of these officers came forward. It's the same scenario as the George Floyd. These officers saw me beat up, and then I had to go to jail for a day. And when I got to the hospital, they said, "You should have been in here last night. You're not in good shape." Of course, and I have permanent injuries by the Lewiston police. Beat me up from the back. They jumped me. I want to see the videos. I want to see the videos. And everybody around here, no one talks to me because they're afraid. They're all running afraid. And this is just one of the issues. I know I only got 3 minutes, but this isn't going away. And this is the night, I didn't want to have to introduce this to the city, Mr. Mayor, or Mr. City Manager, but this is severe abuse. This is termination for officers. No one has come forward, and they know they did this. Please look into this matter, as now it is open to the public, among other things that the city needed warrants for financially, that interrupted me, and they tormented my dad to death, the Lewiston police, a month prior to the massive killings. And my dad warned the police several times. He had protection orders against people, and the police allowed them on the property and did nothing. It's very sad. I regret
That's
coming
time.
here.
Thank you. Further public comment?
Good evening. My name is Megan Parks. I reside in Ward 2. I am here tonight to respectfully request that the recently installed crosswalks on Main Street in front of the clubhouse be dedicated in memory of Jason Lavoie, a former clubhouse member, a passionate advocate, and someone whose presence left a lasting impact on our community. For years, Jason persistently, standing at this podium, Jason persistently advocated for that exact crosswalk, recognizing how dangerous that stretch of Main Street was for youth crossing the street for the bus and for community members who access the vital services at the clubhouse. He spoke about it often, not just as a matter of infrastructure, but as a matter of dignity and safety for the people who are often overlooked. Jason had dreams of serving the people of Lewiston in an elected position. He believed in the city, he believed that people on the margins deserve a voice, and he worked hard to be that voice. Tragically, Jason passed away unexpectedly on Thanksgiving in 2022, before he could see his long-fought victory be realized. To many of us, this crosswalk is more than paint on the pavement. It is a physical embodiment of years of advocacy, much of it led by him. Dedicating it in his name would not only honor his memory, but it would remind us of what is possible when someone refuses to give up on their community. I respectfully ask the council to consider naming the crosswalk in his name and installing a placard at that location. Additionally, I've also become aware that at least twice since it was installed, cars have hit that little raised island and taken the signs out, and currently the flashing signs to alert people that someone's crossing aren't installed. And so I would also request that Public Works address that as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Matthew Agron, Ward 4. Let me echo the sentiment that we need a public health officer, because we are running into crises, and they're coming. As much as we've seen the opioid crisis, we've had illnesses that are spreading through the state of Maine again. A local health officer would be able to be on top of things at the time we need them, not wait for the CDC to send somebody into the city. It'd also be a direct bonus to our public health committee, because they would be able to use it and reference it. And on to transparency. If we are ever again to do massive rewrites of things within the agenda packet, if we cannot get our council president, the mayor, and how many ever of you it takes to sign off to get it worthy of an amended packet release, could we instead take it up, even if they're just cleaning up grammar and wordsmithing, by going section by section through it? Because On big items, I know I can't read, listen, and offer good points either way, and I doubt any of you up there can do the same thing. Remember, what we expect from you is that you vote on what's in our packet with not massively changed documents at the last moment. And finally, on the new shelter that's opening. I don't want any of us to think that we've just magically solved the homeless crisis in the city of Lewiston. It's not going to go away, and I don't want to see people taking victory laps because it's about to open. I personally have high hopes that they'll be able to move those in their program from the homeless to homed within a reasonable time frame, as well as providing them and connecting them with all the services they need. But I will say as a fact, just because they're homeless here in Lewiston doesn't mean this is where they're originally from. They're here because, let's be honest, we're a service center, and people get shipped here, either directly or indirectly, because this is where all the services people need are. And it shouldn't be just the city of Lewiston who's responsible to pay for things like this. Those of you who are serving on the county board should advocate heavily for funding for this, because these people aren't just Lewiston residents, they're Greene residents, they're Auburn residents, there are other communities within Muskegon. Thank you.
Further public comment? Public comment is now closed. Mr. Administrator, I understand you have a report.
All right. Thank you. Starting with an update on our wayfinding project. Our wayfinding design build RFP is officially out to bid as of Tuesday, October 7th. Bids will be due on November 4th. Required virtual pre-bid meeting will be held tomorrow morning, October 22nd at 10 a.m. Via Zoom. We're asking for 3 separate numbers in this bid to make sure we can prioritize work to be completed if bids happen to come in too high. Those 3 areas are, as you may remember, downtown wayfinding signage, so installing an estimated 25 wayfinding signs in areas including Main Street, Lisbon, Canal, Cedar, Pleasant, and Lincoln Streets in accordance with the scope of the project. Area 2 is gateway signage. Install 2 major gateway entry signs at exit 80 via Lisbon Street and the Longley Bridge in accordance with the project scope. And lastly, the parking garage sign message boards, installing 5 illuminated message boards at each of the city's parking garages' primary entrances. A couple of staff milestones in our economic development department. Vianney Slingby and as well as Huguette Kenda Masenga were both accepted as nominees into Uplift LE's Finest Under 40. So we appreciate their service to the city and congratulate them on their recognition there. My next City Administrator's Public Open Office Hours event will be on October 29th, 4 to 5:30 at Lewiston Academy, 160 Lisbon Street. Please join us there for that event. Also, just of note, I've begun doing a monthly podcast with Lydia Media to talk about current city issues and events, as well as projects, and take questions from listeners there also. Our new fire station grand opening will be, this is Fire Station 5, the new station, November 19th at 10:30. We're going to be having a ribbon cutting and grand opening celebration, so please join us at 9 Captain Bazinet Way. Again, that's November 19th at 10:30 a.m. And lastly, Election Day is coming up November 4th. Please get out and vote. You can vote early right here in this room also. Kathy, those hours are?
9 to 4.
9 to 4 right here in this room. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Administrator Keenrath. Madam Clerk, I understand we have a consent agenda.
We do. There are 2 items on the consent agenda this evening. Item number 1, approval of election warrant calling for the municipal election to be held on Tuesday, November 4th, 2025, and recommendations from the city clerk, registrar of voters on actions necessary to conduct the municipal and state election November 4th, 2025. And number 2, authorization to accept transfer of forfeiture funds.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Councilor Glant, second by Councilor Chittum. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7 to 0.
Item number 3.
Item number 3, public hearing and first passage to amend the business license ordinance for the licensing of syringe service programs. There's a few items for requested action. The first one, motion was pending during the October 7th City Council meeting and postponed to this council meeting. The motion being to remove all references to the one-to-one exchanges for needles, syringes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Director Connor, did you want to say anything?
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. Before you tonight is the first reading of the proposed syringe service program license ordinance. This item is returned to the agenda after being tabled at your previous two meetings. A productive workshop was held last Tuesday, which provided an opportunity for the council to discuss key policy questions and review potential changes to the draft language. The ordinance is back before you for your consideration and action on its first reading tonight.
Thank you, Director Connor. Councilor Harriman, yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank the council for, I think it was a really productive workshop last week, and I'm glad we had it. I think we worked through a lot of issues, and we'll be taking actual action on those tonight, but I think we got a lot done.
Further comments, question? Councilor Najin, yes.
I would just like to echo that. I'd also like to acknowledge that all of us have been working very hard on this process, but Councilor Rinsul has really pushed hard in order to get us to a point where we could come to an agreement, including the recommendation for the workshop. And so much appreciated that we can finally move forward.
Councilor Soul, yes.
So here we go again. So I know that we have been discussing this for a very long time. I just feel we really need to give the possibility of, if the council's not gonna agree on the CDC's original recommendation of one-to-one, I think that we need to talk about a cap. And I would like to put a motion forward to put a cap, to amend for a cap. I don't know what that number is. But if we don't, it's not going to change a thing. There's still going to be needles throughout the city. There may not be as many, but they're still going to be there. And I'll quote our mayor, one needle is too many. So I welcome anyone to join the conversation.
One second, Councilor Soul. Madam Clerk, can we entertain a motion at this point with a motion on the table?
So the motion that is pending is to remove all references to the one-to-one exchanges of syringes and needles. So the amendment would have to be directly related to that motion. So if it's a cap, it seems like it would be related to that particular topic of the one-to-one exchange.
I guess, did you want to repeat your amendment, Councilor Soul?
I would like to recommend that we have a cap. If we're not going to have one for one, then to put a cap with the one for, I guess we're calling it one for many. So I don't know how I'd word that, but I recommend we have a cap.
Do you have a
Do you have a number in mind,
number for a
Councilor
cap?
Soul?
I don't want to say the number because I really don't know, and it even seems too high to me at 30, but I will start at 30. I mean, if you put 30, that's more than one an hour in an entire day, and I think that's fair. I mean, let's face it, through this entire process, we have not put our constituents first. The taxpayers have not been considered, and I think this is a really good show of faith that we are trying to do what's best for the public, not just the users. So that's my recommendation.
Do we have a second for this?
Second.
So we now have a second. Did you get all that, Madam Clerk?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So moved by Councilor Soul, seconded by Councilor Longchamps to amend the motion to include a cap of 30 per day.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Discussion among the councilors. Yes, Councilor Harriman.
Yeah, I thought we worked through this in the last several meetings, and I think if we just keep changing our minds every meeting, every week, we're just going to be dragging this out for another year. I thought we came to a good conclusion at the end of the workshop, and I'm prepared to move forward with those specific pieces that we agreed to then.
Further, yes, Councillor Chittum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yet to be resolved is the question, which we talked about at the workshop, of whether or not we were going to allow or prohibit weekend operation. The cap would figure very heavily into that. If we are going to require needle exchanges to close down on the weekends, then a cap of 30 is not going to be sufficient for harm reduction. So those are intertwined. I agree with Councillor Harriman's position that we have debated this, and I thought we had resolved it. I don't want to call the question, but the motion as amended now is to eliminate all reference to one-to-one in the original ordinance and to install a cap of 30, which I presume would be per day, but leaving open the question of whether or not exchanges would be allowed to operate over the weekends.
Councillor Chittum and Madam Clerk, we would just be voting on this amendment for right now. Is that correct?
The amendment for the 30-day, yes, is
Right.
the motion on the floor
And
right
then
now.
we would, depending, and then after that, we would still need to vote on the main motion. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, back to you, Councillor Sol.
I promise I am not going to keep doing this. But I mean, it's been 11 months of discussion. Let's a few more minutes. So I do understand what Councilor Chittum is saying, but again, this is not a spur wink ordinance. It's a public health ordinance. It's for Lewiston, and I hope my fellow councilors will agree that their constituents matter. Their voice matters, and they're tired of seeing needles throughout their city. So that's, if we want to go for to the vote, I'm fine with that too, if nobody wants to discuss it, but it's worth a vote.
Further, just, yes, Councillor Najin.
The one thing I would just say is that, ultimately, we're dealing with a situation where we're coming from a pretty traumatic experience that happened in our city. And I think public trust is a real issue, as well as the fact that, the guidance that was provided to us by the CDC, I respect, and I believe that there are pieces there that are absolutely proven by practice. But I would also say, and I just want to make note of this, what I do not feel completely comfortable with is the regulatory enforcement of their framework in licensing of operations, which is what we've seen fail in our community. And I believe that they're doing a lot of work in order to address those issues. And so, I'm comfortable moving forward with the CDC guidance concerning caps, which there is one. Although it is 100 per visit, I would like to point out that in many times we have individuals who only visit once a week. We have individuals who rely on these services for other needs, and we have individuals in our community who do not use SSPs in order to acquire syringes, which do appear all over our city. And when we say all over our city, I think, coming to a point where we can try to solve that piece too isn't necessarily within limiting the exchanges from operating how they see fit within the framework of the CDC guidelines. So,
Councillor Glant.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess my concern is that 100 seems like a lot, and it is. If you were taking in 100 needles and you were giving out 100 needles, I wouldn't have a problem. That's 1 for 1. That's what the rule. That's what it sounds like. Compromise that's being offered is that you can bring in 1 and get 30. Those who are worried about citizens, as I am, and as well people who have problems with drugs, and quite frankly, many of you know I lost a son to that situation. It's a very hard way. I think on Tuesday we kind of agreed, and I use the word kind of, to a direction we want to go in. But there's still a lot of constituents and people out there who are concerned with the public waste. And my concern still rolls back to, I want to support the harm reduction. I want to see less, I don't want to have a disease problem. And at the same time, I don't want to have a problem where some young kid or somebody goes out there and sticks themselves in our parks. And I don't see the discipline, mostly because those involved with drugs don't have any. They don't have control of their own factors. Let's be honest about that. If they did, then they'd bring a needle in 1 for 1. So that's where you roll into that problem. So, for me, it's a fine line. I think it's tied to weekends. I would support 30. If 30 fails, I don't believe in supporting the CDC strictly because prior to COVID, that wasn't the rules. So I have a problem with the fact that the rules changed for convenience and safety during COVID, and no one's readdressed it at their level. So I don't know that necessarily 100 to 1 would have been acceptable in 2018 and 2019. I'm not aware that it was. So, it's kind of a slippery slope for us here. And we have, for lack of better words, kicked this down the road for 11 months. We need to do something, and I would advise my counselors to think of it this way. It doesn't have to be perfect. It has to be a starting point. A man said earlier, continuous improvement. Let's get something done that works for the city and works for the person using, and we can modify it 6 months from now. We can say, that doesn't work. 30 is not enough, or 100 is too many. Whatever direction we go in, we do have, this is not forever. So let's keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, councilors. Unless there's further comment with something new to be added, we've belabored this over and over again, and I don't think anyone said anything new at this point. So I would, I urge we had a workshop, we had consensus. I urge the council to vote down this amendment so we can continue on with this agenda item. Are we ready to vote? Councilor Harriman.
Have we gone to public comment yet for this?
Do you, Madam Clerk, what are your thoughts on going to public comment for each amendment vote versus the entire item?
To be honest, Mr. Mayor, over the years, we've done it both ways. So typically, we would go to the public if there's anything that's a major change for their input, but also, as you've noted, we've had public comment multiple times on the same topic multiple times. So I would really say it's at the discretion of the council and you as the presiding officer.
Yeah, I mean, if a majority of the council wants to go to public comment, we can. Where's everyone at? Councilor Harriman, yes.
Yeah, I think we should give the public the opportunity to speak as we typically do, and if nobody wants to speak, then it will quickly come back to us.
Thank you, Councilor Harriman. Councilor Najin, your thoughts?
So there'll be comment on the entire first passing, and again, this is first passing, so again, there'll be a period where we can comment again on a second passing. I would just discourage, I don't think we're going to hear anything new tonight, and so I would really like to move forward myself personally.
Comments from, thoughts from other councilors? Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
So the motion before you is to amend for a cap of 30 per day. Counselor from Ward 4?
No.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
No.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
No.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
No.
Motion failed by a vote of 3 to 4. So the motion before you is the one that's printed in your book to remove all references to the one-to-one exchanges of syringe needles.
And that was the motion that was that we tabled to the last meeting, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Further thoughts from councilors? Councilor Sol, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to apologize to all of my constituents and theirs. You matter, and I care, and I'm sorry the rest of the council did not. So that's it.
Further comments from councilors? Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 4?
Can I just get clarification, please?
Sure.
yes,
We're
thank you.
voting on what's in this packet right here.
Right, and I'll read it just for the record, counselors, to remove all references to the one-to-one exchanges of syringes and needles. Counselor from Ward 4,
Yes.
Ward 5,
No.
Ward 6,
Yes.
Ward 7,
No.
Ward 1,
Yes.
Ward 2,
No.
Ward 3.
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 4 to 3.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We now have the main motion, correct? Item number 2.
Right, the main motion is now before you, yes.
Further, do we need a first and second in that, or?
No, it's already been done because it's being
Okay.
carried forward from previous meetings.
Understood, thank you. Further thoughts or comments from councilors? Yes, Councilor Chittum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to clarify, there are 3 drafts in our packet. The first one we have just voted on and dispensed with was the elimination of one-to-one. The second element in the packet are the amendments that we tentatively agreed on at our last workshop. And the main motion, I believe, Madam Clerk, is to adopt the syringe services programs ordinance, which is the third element in our packet. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Would it be out of order to move to amend that by including the workshop amendments that were presented in the packet? Or would you prefer to see those amendments adopted after? Well, the motion to accept the ordinance is on the table right now, so it would be in order to propose these amendments now.
Yes, sir.
I move that we adopt the amendments listed in the packet as discussed during the October 14th workshop. Those are highlighted. I believe copies of this have been made available to the public as well.
So moved.
Did you catch that, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Councilor
Yes,
Chittum,
thank
followed
you.
by Councilor Glant. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Chittum. Further comments from the council? At this point, since we'll be voting on the amendments that was discussed during the council, we'll go to public comment at this time.
Mr. Mayor, Councilors, Christine Holden, 183 Summer Street.
If you could just move the mic closer to you for our friends at home. Thank you.
I hope they're there. Christine Holden, 183 Summer Street, Lewiston. I read the various documents that we got relating to the ordinance. I understand this is first passage on this vote, on this amendment version. It's complicated, and I'm sure there are plenty of us who would like a lot more time to study it in detail. I would just like to note that I'm offering my services for numerous typographical and confusing omissions in the document. Thank you.
Further public comment? Back to the council. Councilor Chittum.
Mr. Mayor, as you and my fellow councilors and the public is aware, I have been proposing many what are considered typographic and syntactical and grammatical errors since the origin of this ordinance. I have come to the conclusion that now is not the time to continue pressing those issues, that I don't want to let good stand in the way of perfect. It was pointed out to me by the city clerk that very often when an ordinance of this magnitude and complexity is passed, there is a breaking in period that occurs. And then after 4 to 6 months, we'll come back and revisit it and say this element works, this cap works, this limitation doesn't work. It is at that point that I propose to resubmit for the council's consideration all of those changes that I have been advocating for all along. I do not want those to stand in the way of passing this ordinance tonight, but it is not lost on me, and I will be bringing them back. Thank you.
At no point, Councilor Chittum, did we think that you did not care about commas. Further comments from the council before we vote on this amendment? Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 4,
Yes.
Ward 5,
Yes.
Ward 6,
Yes.
Ward 7,
Yes.
Ward 1,
Yes.
Ward 2,
Yes.
Ward 3.
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
We are now back to the main motion, correct, Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir.
Any further comments from councilors? Councilor Chittum, yes.
I'd like to thank my fellow councilors and the public for their perseverance and their fortitude in going through this long slog. It has been one hell of a ride, and I'm very hopeful that we are going to pass this on first reading tonight in its admittedly imperfect form. But let's get the show on the road. Thank you.
Councilor Najin.
I would also like to extend a hearty thank you to staff, all of you. Many, many hours sitting here listening to us work through this. Director Connor, you've been through the ringer. Thank you. And that is all.
Councilor Gallant.
I think we'd be remiss if we didn't thank the subject matter experts that came and gave us advice, as well as Spurwink in guiding us in a direction to get something on the board and moving. I'll disagree with my fellow councilor. I think it's perfect. I don't think it's anything imperfect other than some commas and T's and I's and some verbiage, which for the most part, to me is not as serious as having the meat in the ordinance so we can go forward. Thank you.
Further comments from councilors before we vote? Councilors, thank you all very much. Appreciate the public, appreciate subject matter experts. Planning and Code, Director Connor, thank you so much. Madam Clerk, thank you so much. Yes, it's been an adventure. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 4,
Yes.
Ward 5,
Yes.
Ward 6,
Yes.
Ward 7,
Yes.
Ward 1,
Yes.
Ward 2,
Yes.
Ward 3.
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 4.
Item number 4, amendment to the city's purchasing policy regarding criteria for a waiver of competition. Requested action to approve the amendments to the city's purchasing policy, policy manual number 46, as recommended by the Finance Committee.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councilor Chittum.
Second.
By Councilor Gallant. Do we have staff to kick us off, or Councilor Gallant, did you, or? Oh, Director Roy, please.
So in your packet, I put a memo with a suggestion for the change from what the Finance Committee is recommending, to bring a little bit closer the verbiage that the Finance Committee recommended kind of leaves it open, and I'm concerned with the fact that it will be used instead of going out to bid. So in my memo at the bottom, I'm requesting that instead of the continuation or expansion of previous contracted services, that it states a contract is already in place and is appropriate for the current vendor to provide additional services for the specific project that is an extension of the original scope previously approved within the purchasing policy. And that would be my recommendation.
Thank you, Director Roy. Questions, comments from the council? Councilor Chittum.
Thank you, Director Roy, for that suggestion. My question is, how does that differ from authorizing a change order to an existing contract?
It brings it closer that it's an actual contract for the same scope for additional work instead of opening it up, saying a continuation or expansion of a previous contracted service kind of opens it up. So if we use one vendor for an item, and then we decide we want that same vendor to do another building, it's opening it up to say that because they've done that contracted services for us. So I bringing it in closer to it. It mentions for a specific contract that's already providing additional services for a specific project is the verbiage that being added would make it so that it's to that actual, like the tree service that you guys voted on at the, not the last Finance Committee meeting, but the one prior, because they are doing the work and it's of the same contract. There was a change order for them to do additional work.
I understand that, and I think that's covered by the change order policy. The contract is in place. I would like to inform my fellow councilors who are acting on this that this came up because the library had undertaken some conceptual designs for modifications to the children's area. And it was proposed that we use the same designer to continue on with phase 2 designs, basically. That did not go out to bid, and it was suggested that we waive competition under the waiver of competition section of the purchasing policy by one of the 7 provisions, and I don't remember which one it was, that didn't really fit the bill. The reason that number 8 was proposed, and I have no objection to the finance director's language other than the fact that I believe that really is the definition of a change order of an existing contract. So by way of background, this occurred because the library director had requested that we expand the scope of services for phase 1 and not go out to competition for the design services for the children's library.
Councilor Longchamps.
I don't think it falls under a change order because it might be the same contract, but are you saying that it'd be a different project? Same contractor, different project?
It's the same, it would be within the same scope of the project that they're already doing.
Okay, so.
So, like I mentioned, that tree, they went out to bid for tree services. They received a bid, was a lot lower than what they expected. They needed to have a couple of additional trees done. So that came forth. So that's within the scope of that project.
So are you saying that they bid too low, so now they want more money?
No. So the contracts that came in, the bids were lower than what we expected.
I see. Okay.
So the funds that they had available, they had a little bit more available. So in order to get some trees down before the winter season hits, and before issues with trees falling, they came back. So that's kind of the same project from that contractor. The scope's changed. And that's why I mentioned within my suggestion an actual project to kind of bring it down so that we can't use a contractor for 5 different projects, is what I was trying to get across.
Got it. Thank you.
Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. Yeah, it sounds like the proposed language that is not Director Roy's language would leave it open to, say, for the library example, if we contracted with the same designer for the second phase of the children's room, that's the same project. But if we say we wanted to contract with the same designer to redesign this room here, it sounds like the original amendment would allow for that because it's a previously contracted service, even though it's a totally different project. So I agree with the language from Director Roy, tightening that up a little to make sure that it's just for the same project.
Councilor Glant.
Thank you, Mayor. Also a member of the Finance Committee. I guess I would say in defense of what we were thinking, I like Director Roy's current, what she's asking for. The tree is a great example of what could happen. I think the library is somewhat unique, and we have to remember the reason they did that was, had we changed vendors now, the drawings belong to that contractor, because it was not part of the bid to give to us, if I remember correctly, whereas then things might have to be changed or could be changed, and the library director didn't want that to happen, so he wanted the flow to continue the same. And I think we have a lot of unique things in a city like ours that could happen, whereas, you know, it just makes good sense if somebody's been in a project for 6 months. An example tonight, we had a great presentation, if we were trying to change this midway and bring somebody else in, okay, because they got as far along as they could go and we didn't want to authorize them to finish the project, we could have somebody wanting to rethink their work and it could be a setback. So I support, my fellow counselor, when we discussed it, I support what he said, but now that I've read what Director Roy has written, I think that would work. And I think the library, honestly, is somewhat unique, and they're going to pop up now and again, and I don't know that we can make a big enough list to cover all the possibilities that we might see in that particular area.
We're adding public comment for this agenda item.
Matthew Agron, Ward 4. Director Roy's amendment to your plan increases transparency, something that's very important, because it doesn't allow, as it's been discussed, okay, we used this contractor to remodel the library, we'll just use them to remodel City Hall. It's totally different contracts. What you're doing is, by doing this, you keep it from being the old boys club running projects in the city of Lewiston, because it's now going to have to go out to bid. You're not going to have one contractor guaranteed to get all the jobs. So Director Roy, I thank you for that amendment.
Back to the council. Councilor Harriman.
I guess I would make an amendment then to this motion that we change the wording to number 8, a contract is already in place and it is appropriate for the current vendor to provide additional services for a specific project that is an extension of the original scope previously approved within the purchasing policy.
I would second that.
Did you catch all that, Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir, thank you.
Excellent. Thoughts on this amendment? Madam Clerk, please call the vote on this amendment.
Counselor from Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Any final thoughts, councilors? Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
We're speeding along here. Item number 5.
Item number 5, hearing regarding the property at 54 Knox Street to ratify actions by the Code Enforcement Department and the Fire Department to determine the building was unsafe for occupancy as of August 7th, 2025. There are 2 items for requested action. The first item is to conduct a hearing to determine if the building located at 54 Knox Street has met the dangerous building statutes as defined in Title 17, Section 2551 et al. As of August 7th, 2025.
Thank you. We will conduct a hearing momentarily. Director Carter, are you all set over there?
1 second, Mr. Mayor. Yes, sir. Ready.
This evening, we will conduct 2 hearings. This agenda item is the first hearing. First, the council will determine whether the structure at 54 Knox Street posed a serious threat to public health and safety on August 8, 2025, within the meaning of Section 2856 of Title 17, and if so, whether the threat to the public health and safety required prompt action. Second, in the next agenda item, the council will determine whether the structure currently poses a serious threat to public health and safety, whether the structure is a nuisance or dangerous building within the meaning of Section 2851 of Title 17, and if so, what disposal must be made of the structure. The structure is owned by Andrews Management, LLC. Franklin Savings Bank has an encumbrance on the real estate. Yaqub Abdirahman, Omar Mohammed, and Zachariah Hassan, and Abdi Malim, and Safi Wabul are tenants in the structure. I ask that any owner or party in interest, including tenants, introduce yourselves, include your name, address, and position. Is an owner, party in interest, or representative present? Please go to the podium. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. My name is Matthew Mastrogiacomo. I am an attorney representing Andrews Management, LLC. I am located here in Lewiston at 134 Main Street. Also present with me is Roger Andrews.
Good evening. My name is Roger Andrews. I am the owner of Andrews Management.
Good evening. My name is Christopher Brooks. I'm an attorney at Drummond, Woodson, and McMahon in Portland, Maine, and I represent Franklin Savings Bank.
Does any city council member know an owner or another party in interest, or have knowledge about this matter that means you cannot fairly and impartially hear the facts and decide the matter based on the evidence presented at this hearing? I understand that the owner has requested the council continue this. Okay, the hearings will be. Okay. The hearings will be conducted according to the mayor's procedures for a dangerous building hearing, which I will read now and are included in. I see. Okay. So where are we going now? For this first hearing? Okay. For this first hearing, I accept into evidence the Planning and Code Enforcement Department's previously provided Exhibits A through J. I now ask that the Lewiston Planning and Code Enforcement Department present the City Council with information relevant to the matters before it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council. On August 8th, 2025, as Director of Planning and Code Enforcement, I made a determination that the rear portion of the building at 54 Knox Street posed a serious threat to the public health and safety. Further, I determined that the threat to the public health and safety required prompt action and ordered that the structure be secured. That determination is in your packets as Exhibit A. The Deputy Fire Chief made a similar determination, which is in your packets as Exhibit B. Before the structure was secured, a tenant named Yaqub Abdirahman was required to move from the apartment in the rear portion of the structure. Notice of the determinations was provided by serving copies of them. Tonight is the hearing for the council to determine whether the structure posed a serious threat to the public health and safety on that day and whether prompt action was required. On August 13th, 2025, a notice of this hearing was recorded in the Androscoggin County Registry of Deeds in Book 11896 at page 163, a copy of which is included in your packets as Exhibit C. The structure is a multifamily residential property. The structure is a single building, split into two portions, a 4-story front portion containing units 1 through 4, and a 4-story rear portion containing units 5 through 8. The matter refers only to the rear portion, which I will refer to as the structure. I refer to 54 Knox Street as the parcel, and it is identified as parcel ID RE 00007645 and lot 216 on the City of Lewiston Tax Map 196. Property information for the parcel on which the structure is located is included in your packets as Exhibit D. The parcel is owned by Andrews Management, LLC by virtue of a warranty deed, a copy of which is included in your packets as Exhibit E. Franklin Savings Bank holds an interest in the property of the parcel, by virtue of a mortgage deed. A copy of the mortgage is in your packet as Exhibit F. On August 14, 2025, Andrews Management, LLC was served with the notice of hearing and the determinations. The acceptance of service is in your packets as Code and Fire Exhibit G. On August 29, 2025, Franklin Savings Bank was served with a notice of hearing and the determinations. A return of service is in your packets as Code and Fire Exhibit H. On August 28, 2025, Yaqub Abdurrahman served with notice of hearing and the determinations. The return of service is in your packets as Code and Fire Exhibit I. Next, in the following slideshow, which is included in your packets as Code and Fire Exhibit J, I will describe the conditions at 54 Knox Street that caused the structure to pose a serious threat to the public health and safety that required prompt action. My investigation confirmed 3 critical facts. First, there was a legal leasee in Unit 6. Second, other units were being accessed by unauthorized persons who were cooking and living there. And third, and most critically, the building has only one exit. This slide shows the fundamental life safety failure. The building has no proper second means of egress. As you can see, you must travel through the primary egress path to access the secondary one. In the main stairwell, if the main stairwell is blocked by fire, everyone on the upper floors would be trapped. This is an indefensible hazard noted by the fire inspector as urgent. What's a little more hard to see with this photo is the stairwells that go up, all of the apartments on the rear structure, the rear part of the structure. The main entrance to the living room empties into a stairwell hallway. The second means of egress is in that same hallway that goes up to a back stairwell. So if a fire was in that main hallway stairwell, both entrances would be blocked from any means of egress. This is evidence that unauthorized access. We found a recently used stove and microwave in the unsecured units, creating a significant uncontrolled risk of fire. To compound the risk, there were no warning systems. Units 5 and 7 were missing smoke detectors. A fire could fully engulf the only exit path before anyone was ever alerted. In the basement, the fire department inspection noted that the natural gas boiler was missing its required flammable gas detector, adding a risk of spontaneous combustion. The building's interior is designed to spread fire rapidly. Units were in various stages of demolition with ceilings and walls removed. These holes and doors that don't close or have a fire rating, they destroy the fire barriers that are legally required to compartmentalize a fire and slow it down. As you can see from the photos here, there's many gaps that would allow that fire to spread. Additionally, we found numerous electrical hazards like these missing switch plates and live hanging wires, often in the same areas with water leaks, a severe electrical fire risk. Based on this overwhelming evidence, I issued my determination on August 8th. The key findings were that the property was unsecured, it was a fire hazard, that life was endangered, and that it posed a serious threat to the public health and safety requiring emergency measures. Therefore, I issued the order to vacate all occupants in the rear of the building in Unit 6. We posted the building as unsafe and required the owner to secure it by 3 p.m. that day, or the city would. We are here tonight as required by law to present this evidence, and I ask that the council to affirm this dangerous building determination. So I request that the city council issue the proposed order included in your packets.
Each party may present an opening statement. Any comment about the Planning and Code Enforcement Department evidence and argument, any relevant evidence it wants the city to consider with regard to whether the structure is a nuisance or dangerous building, and any remedy the council should order. Each party can also ask questions of the Planning and Code Department and any witnesses. I invite the owner to come forward.
Again, good evening. My name is Matthew Mastrogiacomo. As I understand it tonight, there are 2 matters before the...
Can you just move the mic closer to you?
Oh, I'm sorry. First time I've ever been accused of not being able to be heard. So as I understand it, there's 2 matters before the council tonight. The first one being the August 8th, after the fact blessing of the August 8th. We're not contesting that matter for tonight's purposes. We agree that at the time that the building needed some securing. I'm happy to report that that building was secured to the city's satisfaction by the deadline. We're going to get into some detail in the next part of the hearing as to what actions we've taken since that date and what actions are going to be done to the future. But we have been working with the city. I know John has been great to work with, as has Jerry and the rest of Fire. When the city first notified us of this problem, we had a Zoom meeting with City Council and with Fire and with Code. My clients got right on it. We worked down on a daily basis with them to get that matter. Yes, ma'am.
No, sorry, after.
Oh,
Go
okay.
ahead.
Councilors, there will be a time to ask questions.
Okay. And as respect to the tenant that was there, that tenant has been moved to a recently renovated apartment in the front building that had just been granted a certificate of occupancy that same week. So currently that building is empty, it is secured, it is closed off, smoke detectors are installed, and we'll get into a little bit more detail in the next part of the hearing. Thank you.
Any other party wish to come forward? Did you have any questions, Director Connor?
No, sir, not at this time.
Okay. City Council members can now ask questions of planning, code enforcement, any party, or any witness. Yes, Councilor Longchamps.
Yes. One of the apartments was occupied.
Can you move the mic closer to you?
How many of the apartments were occupied
So
when you?
at the time when this came to our attention, there was one apartment in the back of the four on the second floor. Unit number 4 was occupied, and that was the reason we had to, ask them to move or have the property owner move them to a new location. And he just happened to have a free apartment in the front of the building, and he was able to move them over there. As the owner's attorney stated, they did move quickly to relocate that person.
I'm very familiar with that building. And I'm appalled, and the landlord should be embarrassed, in my opinion, that he would even have one person living in there. And if you can't afford to fix your building, you shouldn't be a landlord. I could go on, but the building should be torn down, as far as I'm concerned.
Councilor Ehrman.
Thank you. So I guess just to clarify, we're currently talking about whether the building had met the dangerous building criteria at that time. And then will we next talk about what the current condition is and what we should do with the building from today on?
That's accurate.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I've got.
Councilor Chittum.
Thank you. This has been continued for at least 2 sessions while Code and the owner have been working together to resolve these issues. Can you explain to me, Director Connor, why we are now being asked to retroactively go back and verify what you found to be a dangerous building on August 8th here in October? What's the purpose of this maneuver?
Sorry.
If I can jump in.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. President. The state statute provides, how's this?
Oh, much better. I appreciate that, Mr. Carey.
A dangerous building is potentially a dangerous building hearing, the council is considering taking private property. And so the Constitution provides that if there's going to be a taking of private property, the owner and any party that has an ownership interest has an opportunity for notice of that and a hearing. The statute provides for that, but it also says that if the threat to public health and safety requires prompt action, the securing the building can happen before notice and a hearing. So the notice and hearing is still required. Director Connor made a determination that prompt action required securing the building first rather than waiting. And so you need now we gave notice, and you're giving now the hearing for that.
So if I'm correct in understanding you, we are ratifying his decision as of August 8th.
That is the question before you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Further questions for, yes, Councilor Sol.
I guess I just want to say that I agree with Counselor Longchamps, but what was the end goal when he purchased this? Because this building is in horrible condition, and I just looked at the mortgage, and it looks like they've had it for about 4 years. Have they done anything in that building since they purchased it, aside from when they had to make the building secure?
This building came to the attention of Planning and Code a little while back. It was under an agreement, and they have fixed one of the units. This just happens to be the unit that the individual moved out of the back into the front. As to the owner's intentions and what they plan to do, I can't speak to that. I can only speak to the conditions that I found it in at the time, and with a resident in it, and had to make the determination based off counsel from the fire department and the building inspector as to the severity of it, and to require them to vacate the premises.
Well, I think you made the right call, because the photos of this building are horrible, and I don't think it should even be standing, let alone have somebody living in it. So,
Counselor, if I may, and Mr. Carey, if you can correct me, right now we're just still in the hearing. We're not deliberating. We're simply asking questions. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Saul, did you have any other questions for? Do you have any questions? Counselor Longchamps, yes.
The building that you're saying this tenant is now have been moved to the front, it's still connected to the back?
Please speak into the microphone. Thank you.
Still connected to the back?
Correct.
I don't even see how that's safe. Can you explain to me how one apartment that has been fixed out of, is it 8 units?
It's an 8-unit building. This part of the hearing is just for the determination that I made. I will further argue that the entire building is a dangerous building.
I would think so.
Yes.
Further questions for the parties involved or Director Connor? Time for closing arguments. Director Connor, did you have anything else to add?
I do not, sir.
Do the parties of interest have anything else to add?
No, thank you.
Okay. This information, thank you for the information that was presented. The record is now closed, and the council will now deliberate and determine whether the structure in question is a threat to public health and safety that requires prompt action. If the council so determines, it shall deliberate and take a vote on the appropriate order to be made to remedy the situation. Madam Clerk, can you please read the motion before us?
Sure.
Or yes. Thank
Sure.
you. On the agenda, the motion on the agenda.
Sure. The motion is with regard to the property at 54 Knox Street to adopt the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and order of demolition proposed by the Code Enforcement Department and Fire Department, which order establishes the corrective action to be taken by the property owner and the time frame for taking such action, and which authorizes the city administrator to take such corrective action if the property owner fails to do so, and to recoup the city's cost through a special tax or collective action.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councilor.
Point of order. Have we dispensed with number 1?
Yes, the hearing is concluded.
It does say, if it is determined that the building does meet the dangerous building criteria, then the council is asked, number 2. That's the part that I'm wondering about.
Madam Clerk, are we proceeding in the right order, or Mr. Carey?
No, John, just which agenda item
We're on 5 here.
Just to clarify, Madam Clerk, that's the motion for number 5, correct? Agenda item number 5?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So what's your question?
My question is, I don't think we made a determination that it meets the criteria. Do we vote on that, or?
That's correct. Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Carey, please.
If I understand your question, Councilor Harriman, you're wondering whether or not there's a vote on whether it meets the criteria before determining what action must be taken. Is that your question?
Yes, the way I read this is, number 1, conduct the hearing, then determine if it meets the criteria, then number 2, adopt the findings of fact and order of demolition. And I'm wondering where we determine.
typically this is a standard is the order that you're considering would do both, determine whether or not it's a dangerous building, and in this case, it ratifies the decision of the Planning and Code Department to order the securing of the building. So that's the action that would be ordered, and that's specified in the proposed order that is attached.
Okay, I guess I'm wondering, I want to know what the condition is today because, I agree that it met the criteria back then, but I'm not prepared to go forward with an order of demolition if we don't know what the condition is today.
No, there's not a, so that if you go to the page, if you go to the next page, if I may, Mayor.
Please continue, Mr. Carey.
So it's summarized in the agenda as an order of demolition. It's not an order of demolition here. It's the findings of fact and conclusions of law. And so the findings are largely what Director Connor has presented, both in terms of the condition of the building and the title and the service information. And then if you go down to the conclusions of law at the bottom of number 2, it speaks to that the building was not secure, that it was a fire hazard, and so on and so forth. The order is that number 20, paragraph 24, is the determinations that Director Connor made on August 7th and Deputy Chief Pino made on August 8th are ratified and adopted. And so that is the order that the council would make in this first hearing. And then there is also the follow-on order that the owners pay the expenses of the city to do that. So there's some other pieces as well, but in terms of demolition, that is not covered under this order.
Okay, thank you. I agree with all that. I just was confused, I guess, by where it says an order of demolition, and I just want to know what the condition is today.
Thank you, Councilor Harriman. May I have a motion, please? Madam Clerk, where are we in this
I
meeting?
believe Councilor Gallant made the motion, but we still don't have a second.
Oh,
second.
Question.
Thank you, councilors. Thank you, Madam Clerk. So yes, Councilor Gallant, second by Councilor Najin. Yes, discussion among the council. Councilor Chittum.
I would like to clarify that we are talking about the condition of the building on August 8th, and we are ratifying the decisions that were made by the Code Enforcement Director and the Fire Inspector. It doesn't matter what condition the building is in today. We're simply looking backwards at August 8th. Okay, thank you.
Further questions from the council? Seeing no further comments or questions from the Councilor Longchamps, yes.
So would this be the time that we would find out what the building is, what the shape, what shape it's in now? Would this be an appropriate time to ask that or no?
We'll be going into that at the next
After,
hearing.
sorry. Okay, got it.
Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Mr. Mayor, do you want to go to the public for this item?
We do not.
Okay, thank you. Counselor from Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Yes, Mr. Carey has some clarification.
And just to clarify for the public, because the council is sitting in a quasi-judicial capacity here based upon the evidence before it, it's not something for which public comment is appropriate.
Thank you, Mr. Carey. Okay. Item number 6, Madam Clerk.
Item number 6, condemnation hearing for the building located at 54 Knox Street. There are 2 items for requested action. The first item is to conduct a hearing to determine if the building located at 54 Knox Street has met the dangerous building statutes as defined in Title 17, Section 2851 et al.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This agenda item is the second hearing in which the council will determine whether the structure currently poses a serious threat to public health and safety, whether the structure is a nuisance or dangerous building, and if so, what disposal must be made of the structure. I accept into evidence all evidence provided in the first hearing, including all exhibits, testimony, argument, In council deliberation, I also accept into evidence the Planning and Code Enforcement Department's previously provided exhibits S through T. I now ask Lewiston Planning and Code Enforcement Department to present the City Council with information relevant to this matter before it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. In addition to the evidence already in the record from the first hearing, we provide the following. Yaqub Abdi Rahman, Omar Mohammed, Zachariah Hassan, and Abdi Malim, and Safi Abul are tenants in the structure according to Andrews Management. On August 27th and 28th, 2025, the tenants were served with notices of hearing. The returns of service are in your packets as Code and Fire Exhibit S. Now, Code Enforcement Officer LeBrun and Inspector Jordan will describe the current conditions at the property.
Good evening. I'm Steve LeBrun. I'm the City Building Inspector. I've been code enforcement for 17 years, certified through the state of Maine, and I'm also nationally certified through the ICC. Pass it over to Charlie.
I'm Charlie Jordan. I'm the fire inspector. I've had 36 years in the fire service, including 15 as a fire chief, 10 at Rockland, 5 at Freeport, and I am an inspector now for the City of Lewiston Fire Department.
So 54 Knox Street meets 4 of the 5 criteria for dangerous buildings. In our forthcoming slides, we'll describe some of the stuff that we've seen there. Most of the units are in the rear are filled with unsupported damaged electrical wiring. As you can see, there's several pictures. The interior wiring is also exposed to damp conditions. These are serious because electrical wiring can spark. A spark could cause a fire, moisture will corrode the wiring, and all these increase the risk of fire. As Director Connor pointed out in his presentation, a lot of these smoke detectors were missing during our inspection. Basement fires, including in the basement, smoke detectors are needed on every floor. I mean, they provide early warning in a fire. The smoke detectors do save lives. In the front part of the building, we noticed these were the building units that were occupied, that there was scorching in some of the outlets. There was some damaged covers. We also found that there were several extension cords throughout the building that tenants were using to power their TVs, whatever. This is a hazard because extension cords can overheat. They can cause scorching marks. These are red flags that the building's electrical system is a hazard. Charlie.
So in the basement at the time, the gas-fired furnace was not being monitored by a fuel gas detector. I'm happy to report that as of now it is. So without early warning for a gas leak, the State of Maine Fire Marshal's Office has required gas detectors since the Farmington explosion that I'm sure most of you remember. Gas furnaces also produce carbon monoxide, so generally the sensors are a dual action sensor. So there is, I'm happy to report there is CO detection and fuel gas detection in the basement at this time.
We also found...
Please use the microphone.
We also found some very unsanitary conditions in the building. As you can see, some of the cooking surfaces, there was food left over in one of the stoves. There was evidence of cockroaches. The unsanitary conditions were throughout the entire building.
So the ceilings, will the ceilings be having been removed, and with a lot of, like by my boots there in that photograph, there are many, many vertical arteries for fire to spread. Fire wants to go up. You know, if you have a fire out back, it always is kind of reaching to the sky. Well, it goes up as far as it can, and then it's going to want to move out. So it goes up into the ceiling, and without any plaster or drywall to stop it, it's going to go up there, it's going to spread laterally, it's going to go up again, it's going to spread laterally, and that is a very difficult fire to stop. Again, vertical and horizontal openings. The vertical opening is up at the top of what we would refer to as the rear fire escape. And I believe that right there is in the basement entrance. Again, just more structural members and lath exposed. Again, pockets of fire will find its way in there. And once you start chasing a fire in a building like this, it's extremely labor intensive. Lewiston is a great fire department, but this would be a very tough stop. And again, just stating what I had just stated, which is the holes in the wall, and the ceilings allow for rapid extension and good quality, proper walls keep fire in a room. And then the closeness of the egress, which Director Connor had mentioned earlier. The primary and secondary egresses are actually share components, which means that one fire could block exit, and that is contrary to NFPA's desires and standards. And that just again states that you have to travel through one means to get to the other means. And if the main exit's blocked, both of your exits blocked, and that's why the code requires 2 separate and remote means of egress.
So in conclusion, loose connections and faulty wiring are significant fire hazards. Without operational smoke detectors, which they have corrected some of that, a fire can grow to dangerous size before residents are aware. No early warning systems for a gas leak in a confined basement is an explosive combination if a spark is present. A fire can spread unchecked from one room or floor to another with compromised walls and ceilings. Fires in condemned buildings can spread to neighboring properties. Without correction or this building being taken care of, this building should be demolished.
I just want to reiterate to the council that the rear portion of the building is primarily in the same condition that you saw in my slideshow. The building has been secured to our satisfaction to date. We can speak to that a little bit, but the questions that may come up about the current conditions, what you saw in my slideshow are primarily the exact same conditions as they are today. And so I just wanted to make sure that that was expressed, and that we have not seen much work done on the rear to this point. So that we request the City Council issue a proposed order included in your packet at this time.
Each party may present an opening statement. Any comment about planning code enforcement department evidence and argument, any relevant evidence it wants the City Council to consider with regard to whether the structure is a nuisance or dangerous building, and any remedy that the council should order. Any parties wish to speak? Invite the owner to come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, I'm Matthew Mastrogiacomo. I represent Andrews Management. Madam Clerk, I've got a handout.
Sure, thank you. Okay, thank you.
Director Connor is right that a lot of work has not been done on the rear building, and the reason for that is because it's in process. As the council, I'm sure, is aware, in order for significant rehab work like you're seeing there to be done, there's a process. Stamped plans have to be created, that's in process. Permits have to be applied for, that's in process. We have been working diligently with the city, with Director Connor, with the fire department, who have been excellent to work with, and with City Council, to come together a comprehensive rehab plan. I do want to touch base, though, on some of the issues that they brought up and talk about what has been done. As the city fire inspector, Charlie, has informed you, at the time there was no gas detector, there was no smoke detectors. That has been remedied. We've installed wired and Wi-Fi enabled smoke detectors throughout both the rear and the front of the building, so that the rear of the building, which has now been completely sealed off, as you can see from the photographs, is communicating with the smoke detector in the front of the building. So if, God forbid, there is a fire there, the residents who are in the front are going to get notice of that. We've secured the back building with significant plywood, carriage bolts. The photographs that you're seeing of those properties with the wires hanging down, those were vacant units. Those were supposed to not have anybody in them. People have been breaking in. As I'm sure the council is aware, a major problem that we're having in the city of Lewiston and in Auburn as well are if there is a vacant unit, someone's going to try to get into that vacant unit. We're doing everything in our power to be able to alleviate that. One of the ways that they've been able to get in is climbing up the fire escape in the rear of the building does have a locked door. We've replaced the lock on that door with approval of fire and secured that door to make it more difficult to get in. In addition, as you can see from the photographs, we've also put plywood on that fire escape to make it extremely difficult to climb up the fire escape. We've sealed off that rear building so that the units that are vacant remain vacant. Have people been able to get past that? It's scary how they're able to do it. I think recently when we did an inspection, we were able to figure out that somebody climbed up a tree and jumped across into a window and was able to open the window and get in. So as we're finding these things, I think I described it at times a little like whack-a-mole. Somebody gets in, we figure out how they got in, we shore that up, they figure out another way to get in. But we're working on it. My client is not a large out-of-state corporation. It's one man, Roger Andrews, who's here and is happy to answer any questions you may have. Roger has been working with the city for the better part of a year on some of these old buildings that he purchased in 2021 to rehab them. We currently have a rehab plan on 2 other buildings on that same street with the city. 54 was included in part of that rehab plan, though these issues were not identified at the time as a meeting needed to be fixed. However, once these issues, which are in the only building that has current tenants in it, we've dropped everything and have put all of our focus on that building. We're working with our partners at Franklin Savings Bank, who's here today. Mr. Andrews has been able to obtain significant financing for the other buildings and this building, and we're in the process of rehabbing those buildings. We're now going to divert all of our attention to this building to get this rehab plan approved and get it done. Franklin Savings Bank is working with us right now to see what other financing is available so that this work can be done. If the rehab plan, which is in its early stages, and that's because we were waiting on architect plans, we were waiting on feedback from the city and waiting on feedback from Franklin Savings Bank. If the timeline that we're proposing is approved, work is going to begin by the beginning of December, and it will be completed with a certificate of occupancy by June of 2026. So that is an extremely aggressive, extremely fast turnaround time. My client is committed to making this building safe and livable for the people that are there. We have part of the plan involves the electrician going through the entire building, seeing what wires need to be replaced. The second egress issue is going to be addressed either via an addition to the fire escape, which is going to make a second means of egress out of those back apartments, or via a sprinkler system put into the building. The architect is working on that right now with City Fire to determine what's appropriate. So this is not a building that we're just sitting there doing nothing on. It's a building that we're actively working on. We just submitted stamp plans to the city this week. I'm getting some feedback from Fire on some things that need to change on those. We're working on them. So what we're here tonight is to ask the council, if the council finds that this does meet the definition of a dangerous building, that you give Mr. Andrews, who is willing and able to make repairs to make this a safe and livable building that will benefit that entire neighborhood, the opportunity to do that. The city is asking for a 30-day period to either have a rehab plan approved or to demolish the building. I would propose to the council that that's not the only deadline required under the statute. The statute just requires that a disposal plan be ordered. We'd be asking that the city allow the owner, along with the bank, which applications are being submitted as we speak, to come up with a financing and plan to be able to completely rehab this building before we order it demolished. My client has already put in a significant amount of money to get the front part of the building working. We just rehabbed an entire first floor apartment with which the city granted a certificate of occupancy on. Roger is committed to having this building working. The city has been great to work with. They really have. They've been very helpful. Every time we've asked them for an inspection, they've done it. We've asked for feedback, they've given it to us. I have no doubt that if we have the time it's going to take to be able to get these plans done and get these rehab plans approved, we're going to be able to put a good functioning building back on Knox Street. I'm happy to answer any questions if the council has them for me, as does Attorney.
We're not.
We're not there yet, I apologize.
We're almost there. Thank you, sir. Are you finished?
Yes, I'll be finished unless they have any questions at the point.
Any other parties like to come forward?
Mr. Mayor, City Council, once again, my name is Christopher Brooks. I'm an attorney at Drummond Woodson, and I represent Franklin Savings Bank. In addition to Franklin Savings Bank, I serve as outside general counsel to a number of other financial institutions. I believe that we'll get into some of the specifics as the owner responds to any additional inquiry. But ultimately, Franklin Savings Bank supports the owner's request for some additional time to make necessary repairs to this property without jeopardizing the city's enforcement rights. In fact, we view this as an opportunity for the city to potentially have some additional gains by that additional time. Specifically, one of the issues that we have is everyone appreciates the fact that this is a health and safety, health and welfare matter. Everything needs to be handled urgently. If this was a situation where you had a landlord that had an unlimited supply of resources that were just available to it, then it wouldn't be an issue. The work would need to be repaired. Unfortunately, because of the fact that this is financing contingent, Franklin Savings Bank or any other financer would have to look at this property to determine whether or not the investment is going to add value at the end. And that is as to whether or not the collateral works or whether or not the income is going to be available to support the payments that are going to be made on it. This is a situation where this property was at the time and continues to be vacant other than that one unit. And when I speak to the property, I'm speaking to the back unit here. This was part of a loan that was made by Franklin Savings Bank for purposes of purchasing and rehabilitation of this and other properties. And Franklin Savings Bank remains committed to looking at this owner and this property to try to make this work.
If the audience could please refrain from speaking. If you do need to speak, please head out into the hallway. Thank you. Please continue, sir.
Thank you. One of the things that we are exploring, and I'm not sure, Mr. Mayor, whether this is the time to sort of speak to any of the timelines or if that's something that's going to be discussed later. I defer to the clerk or others to tell me when I should be raising these things. But essentially, Franklin Savings Bank is committed to reviewing this on an expedited basis. As the owner's attorney mentioned, in order for us to review it, we need all of the same things that the city needs. We need the stamp plans, we need the proposals, we need cost estimates, all of those things. The owner is working on a timeline to get us those things. We are committed to providing that information quickly. We also are committed to the idea of exploring a potential tear down of purely the rear unit. In the event that we could tear down the rear unit and shore up the front unit, that would maximize the existing housing stock and would remedy the immediate issues. So my recommendation is I'll respond to any questions that folks have either now or after the owner has an opportunity to respond.
Thank you. Planning Code, do you have any questions for any of the parties?
Questions, no, but may I respond?
I'm hearing from Mr. Carey that you can.
Yes, I would like to say that the staff of the Code Enforcement Department largely agrees. They have been working with our office. They have asked for time. They've asked for additional time. And I revert back to the statute in the order, which clearly states that, you know, if the order would require them to demolish within 30 days. But at my sole discretion, I can give leniency and give extra time if they provide an ability to rehabilitate the property. And we have expressed that to the property owner and to the bank, that we're more than willing to provide that if they meet their obligation to provide a good plan for us. So our office is willing to work with them, but we want some specificity. We have relayed that to the owner as well. So just wanted to make sure that the council knows that, you know, we are trying to work with the owner still, but we would like to see the order in place. So that way, if they don't come with what they say they're going to come with, we have an order in place ready to move forward.
Thank you. Anything further from the parties? Seeing none.
Just, if I may, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, yes.
I agree with John 100%. I know John's been great to work with on this matter. The concern that we have with the 30 days is John is the sole discretion of the decision maker. Unfortunately, as far as what we're able to provide to the city within those 30 days, is a lot of times out of the owner's control. I can't make the architect draft a plan any faster than the architect can draft a plan. We can have them rush it, but they have a plan. Franklin Savings Bank has its own loan criteria, their own underwriting. They may get a little nervous when they see a 30-day demolish deadline versus a 60 or 90-day demolish deadline. What we're asking for is that the council take into consideration the many balls in the air on this, and if there is going to be a demolishment order put in, that it doesn't have to be 30 days. There's nothing in the statute that requires that. Thank you.
Mr. Carey would like to say something.
Yeah, if I could, what Attorney Mastrogiacomo was referring to is paragraph 28 in the council's proposed order. And it requires, the first part of that, the first sentence is, as Attorney Mastrogiacomo has said, the owner must demolish within 30 days, and that's accurate. Yeah. The next sentence is where the debate is here. If the owner timely provides to the Director of Planning and Code Enforcement a rehabilitation plan. So that is not, they have more than 30 days to provide a plan to Director Connor. Director Connor has the sole discretion, according to the order, to determine whether that plan shows the ability and willingness to proceed. The city cannot proceed with demolition until 30 days have passed. After 30 days have passed, the city may proceed, or Director Connor may order demolition paused. He has more than 30 days to make that decision, so he has more authority than just 30 days, just to clarify that.
I agree with that. However, again, it's by having the 30-day deadline in there, it's at Director Connor's sole discretion. So if there's a dispute as to whether or not we've provided that information, we don't have much time to correct that information if we're up against that 30-day deadline. So that's a concern that we have, that the council has the ability to say that if a plan isn't approved by 45 days, 60 days, 90 days, whatever the council feels is appropriate, 30 days is not something the council has to do. I understand why the city asked for that, and it makes sense, but in this particular case, it's not a reasonable deadline. But thank you.
I would also like to mention that this presentation that was presented, we are now entering it as Exhibit AA. The councilors can now ask questions from Planning and Code or any of the parties, and I would like to remind the council that we are not deliberating on what to do. We are simply asking questions. Councilor Gallant.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess the first question I would have for Director Connors is, how long have we been working with them? I know you did your inspection way back when. It's been over 3 months. You know, in 3 months' time, I know they put in smoke detectors, and I'll use their own reference. And for the record, I was a contractor for 12 years. They're showing a smoke detector next to a light bulb with no fixture on top with exposed wires. Not a good show. The next one shows in the basement a smoke detector next to a light bulb with wire nuts, not in a junction box, exposed. So from my personal standpoint, it's not a very good show. So whoever took your pictures, I try to get them cleaned up because those are blatant failures, okay? You're showing us things that don't work. I don't see any pictures of the smoke detectors in the known good apartment, the place that we gave a certificate for, or what that place particularly works like. So, as only one unit occupied in the building, I'm still confused. The front of the building had 4, only 1 unit is occupied, and you gave a certificate for that one particular apartment, is that correct?
No, sir. Can I answer your questions in order
Yes, sir.
that you gave them? So we first started working with Andrews Management last year on these buildings. This particular building, this particular issue in this building came to our attention in, I believe, early August. I think the 8th of August, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere around that time frame. So that's when this started. As to the buildings, and these gentlemen can correct me if I'm wrong, but the back is completely vacant, and then the front 4 units are occupied. The one that was in the back that from the previous hearing was moved to the front when one of those units was rehabilitated by Mr. Andrews as part of our agreement with him from a prior months. So that 4 units occupied, 4 units vacant.
So the ones in the front, are they all up to standards, or just the one they fixed?
I'm going to let Building Inspector LeBrun answer that as he fully inspected all of the units.
So the first floor unit is the one that was fixed. That one has working smokes. It met code for me to issue.
If you can
CFO.
move the mic, thank
Yep,
you.
for me to issue the CFO. The other 3, the second, third, and fourth floors are already occupied. There are some issues with those units. Not to the extent that we had to condemn those units, but that they need to be corrected. There were, I think in my condemnation notice, there were 17 corrective actions. 14 of those were for the front unit, or front building.
Okay, so I guess I'd have one more. We're talking about the 30-day, and that's probably the attorney can answer this better, is basically, we agree today they have 30 days. At any time during that 30 days, up to the 29th day, Director Connors can extend it another 30 days. And that 30 days really is just being postponed, correct? Or is the 30 days included in the 30 days he gives?
He can stop, Director Connor can stop demolition even after the 30 days. Once he stops demolition, there's then a new 30 days after he determines they've fallen off that, yeah.
Thank you, that's what I want to make sure, I would be clear on that, thank you. Thank you, no more questions.
Councilor Najin.
So, a few questions. The first one, for the 4 units that are occupied right now, do you believe that the rear portion of the building actually presents a hazard to the people who are living in the front? Meaning, do you think there's an elevated risk of damage that could result in injury or death to the people who are living in the front part of the building?
Yes.
Okay. And from what I understand, and I just want to make sure I'm getting this correct, so there are 3 properties total. This is the one that is occupied, and is that correct? And they were purchased in 2021. How many units are we talking about altogether between the 3 properties?
8, 12, 13, I believe 15. Is it 15? Okay.
15 units?
They think it's 20. They believe it's 20.
20 units? Okay, so that's 20 units of housing that hasn't been on the market. I'm just looking at some of these pictures, and I know that generally these types of conditions, that's like a pull down to stud and just rebuild from the framework that you have if you have good bones on it. And I don't know how the bones are on this building, but I can say that, we're running through a situation in our community where we have challenges with finding housing for people. We have challenges with people not being able to rehabilitate buildings, and we have challenges with conditions that people are living in. And I think, in all honesty, there's been a 2.5-month window at this point to fix some of these issues that it doesn't sound like have been fixed. And I guess this is a question for the owning party. Is the funding in place right now for these repairs at all? Because from what it sounded like from the Franklin Bank perspective, that the funding stack would have to come from a secondary loan vehicle.
Well, about a year ago, my client was able to obtain funding for the 3 buildings. These issues were not included in that funding because they weren't on the city or our radar at the time. So the additional funding that's going to be required to correct these issues of this building is not currently in place, but it's in the process. Franklin Savings Bank has given my client a list of things they need from him in order to approve this financing. We've provided that. They now have their timeline that they need to do. I have understanding. Attorney Brooks can answer this better than I can, but they're putting this on the front burner to be able to try to get approval of and to see if it's in their best interest to finance the rehabilitation of this building. In answer to a comment you made, we believe the bones of this building are good. A lot of those tear-outs were vacant units that weren't being occupied. So yes, they look terrible, but those not things that people were living in currently or should have been living in currently. They've been sealed off now. So the time that we've spent over those last couple months have not been idle. There have been rehab plans. We have a contractor, Hitchcock & Company, that is actively working on plans on that building, working with an architect to draft up the different options that we have. So this has not been 2.5 months. We've just sat there and done nothing. We've been securing issues. We've been taking care of, not to put a pun on it, but fires as they've occurred, people breaking into the house. When there's been questions about whether or not something has been secured, the fire department has come over, done inspections with our maintenance guy on scene, telling us what needs to be fixed. That door needs to be done better. We're doing those things. So the behind-the-scenes stuff is the stuff that's taking a while, that the contractor work, the bank work, but those things are happening. I'm on the phone almost daily with either the contractor, my client, or the bank, or city attorney to figure out where we are and keep this process moving.
Councillor Longchamps?
Thank you.
Councillor Longchamps, yes, thank you.
So I share my frustration because I am a landlord. And
Councillor Longchamps, we need to move the mic even closer.
I am a landlord,
Thank you.
and I have sold a couple of buildings, but I took care of 37 units myself. I bought them myself, and I secured them, and I took care of them myself. So to me, that's when you said, he's basically a one-man show. That doesn't make it okay to have that building unsafe, or all the many buildings he has unsafe. It doesn't cost that much money to secure a building. Some plywood, some 2x4s, and a whole big box of screws, right? So the fact that he didn't do it, I'm supposed to be asking questions, but I just had to share with you my frustration as a landlord. Again.
Thank you. Yeah, we need to be asking questions at this time.
I'm getting there.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor.
So he's had this particular building for 4 years, is that correct?
I believe so, that's correct.
Purchased it 4 years ago. And has done nothing to the building, that's fine, but it had not been secured for a long time.
If I may, that's not entirely true. He did completely fix up that one unit in the front that we gave him a certificate of occupancy for.
Right.
And that unit was, met all codes. And so he had done some work on the front portion of the building.
Got it. And in the back, at the time that you went there to look at the building, there was that one tenant that was living in that back, correct?
That is correct.
Again, as a landlord, it just really, really upsets me that people would be living under those conditions. And I think we have more of that happening than we can even deal with today. But
Councilor Longchamps, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to address some of those.
Yeah, please do.
1 second. Councilor Longchamps, are you finished with your questions at this point?
No.
Okay.
So I didn't realize until Councilor Najin had asked the question, the front building is currently occupied 4 units that is connected to the back of the building that is not safe, correct?
That is correct.
So I just have to ask you guys, I'm kind of upset with you guys that you would allow that. Why wouldn't you remove them from that front building? If you know it's such a hazard, if it goes up in flames, I mean, I don't understand that.
Completely understand. And part of our allowance for or agreement to the extensions, the 2 extensions, was that we made some stipulations of Roger Andrews and Andrews Management, and he met those. Some of those were obviously the securing of the building, but you know what Inspector Jordan talked about was the boiler down in the basement, taking care of that. But the biggest piece was the communicating alarm system. So if a fire did break out in the rear portion of the building, it would send the signal and notify the folks in the front of the building of the fire to get them out. So that was some of the bare minimum safety precautions that we required of them to put in place until we can get to this hearing. While they worked on their financing, while they worked on their plan, as we thought they were working on, as we believe they were working on. And so that is the reason why we allowed that to happen. And if there were other safety mechanisms that we asked them, I would invite Inspector Jordan to elaborate on that.
So the main reason that the rear building didn't necessarily rise to the occasion of being overly dangerous to the front building was that they, on the 4 occupied floors, not being the basement, not being the attic, but on the 4 floors on which there are apartments, there are actually separated, the stairwells out and back are completely separated from each other. So it's not like doors from the back apartments open into the same hallways. If that had been the case, I would have strenuously argued against allowing those apartments to be occupied at the same time. But it's a matter of weighing Lewiston needs housing. It's a weighing thing, and I felt comfortable with the smoke detectors, communicating back and forth, and the separation between the 2.
Councilor Longchamp, do you have any further questions?
Yes. Thank you for that explanation. We do need housing, but we don't need unsafe housing.
No, I agree.
And just to finish up, this isn't a question, but I think they've had plenty of time.
Sorry, Councilor, it needs to be a question because we're in.
30 days.
Thank you. Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. In just trying to determine the current condition of the building, I noticed that many of the photos in the second slideshow are the same photos from the first slideshow from August, and I just wonder if do you have current photos of those hazards, or can you identify which photos are current and which ones are from August? Because I'm seeing the same photo, and it may be the case that they're the same. It's in the same condition, but it's the same photo.
The conditions in the back of the building have not been corrected. It's, other than securing the building and doing what the fire has asked them to do, they have not done anything to the back of the building. As for the 14 issues in the front, I have yet to be called for any inspections. One of them being they were supposed to have, for the cockroach infestation, they're supposed to have it treated and provide invoices to the city on a monthly basis until it's corrected. Haven't received any of those yet.
Okay. So do you have, I guess there are other current photos that show other conditions, but do you have current photos of the other items that are illustrated with the old photos, or, but you're saying that they're in the same condition as they were
It's in the
August?
same condition. We haven't gone back in. They've secured the building.
If I may, Councilor, and I believe Inspector Jordan may speak to this, but we have asked the fire department to go back periodically to check the building is secured, and I count 7 occasions in his timeline that he went back. He did grab some other photos, but it showed that people were getting into the building, evidenced by, space heaters, blankets, cigarette butts, things of that nature. So he grabbed photos of those just to verify and document that. But the general condition, we took our initial photos and then just went back through normal inspections and saw no changes, so did not think to have additional photos that were just of the same condition.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Councillor Sol?
Finally. I hear you saying that the apartment that the unit that he just renovated received an occupancy permit, and there are 3 other units?
That is correct.
And I'm assuming they all have occupancy permits? Because the way you keep saying it makes me feel like that's the only unit that actually is
I'm gonna let the building
legally allowed to have tenants?
Last year, one of our code officers condemned that unit because they had issues in it. The other 3 units that were up above were not affected by that condemnation. So the C of O was issued for that unit only because that unit itself was condemned.
So are tenants legally allowed to be in the other units?
They were.
Yes.
Okay. All right, that's my question. Thank you.
Councillor Roy?
Sorry, can I have one more? I'm sorry, I forgot.
Please continue, Councillor Sol.
Does the back of the building, what kind of a risk is that for the buildings around it if that was to catch fire?
That's yours, Charlie.
Yep.
Because they're really
If I didn't
close.
have to have it there, I wouldn't put it there.
Thank you.
Councillor Roy?
Thank you. That goes into my question that I was going to ask. This might be pretty harsh, but I feel it rises to the level of this. We've been discussing people still continuing to break in. It's starting to get cold. People are going to do this more and more, right? The potential for fire in this building, who is responsible when the surrounding buildings go up? Not to mention the firefighters that have to go into that building. Think about that. And the potential loss of lives that this creates. This is a hazard just waiting to happen. You're asking for this. So who is responsible for that if that happens? That's my question.
Do you want me to answer you?
Please, somebody.
I think that's kind of above my pay grade probably, but,
No.
Yeah.
If we can get you in front of a mic here, just for our friends at home.
I'm sorry, I'm Charlie Supervisor, I'm Deputy Chief Pino. I'm in charge of fire prevention and fire investigation. I would be responsible. And that's why I've been working with Director Connor.
You're going to need to take a seat, or there you go.
I would be responsible. It's me who took the oath. So therefore, I've been working with Director Connors, the team from the building, and that's why we're here tonight asking for this to be a dangerous building and giving Director Connors the 30 days. That way, if we feel that it's not going the way that it's going to jeopardize more lives, the civilian lives, and our firefighters' lives, I would not be here in front of you this evening. And that's why we're strongly asking for this order to be passed. I respect Mr. Director Connors through this process, and we need to have an end date to this if we don't feel that we're being worked with. And I think 30 days is appropriate due to the situation that stands in front of me, because I'm the one that will have to be the one in front of the news cameras while everyone leaves me there alone. And at this point, I'm not willing to do that anymore, and that's why we're here. Thank you.
And I appreciate that. Thank you very much. The issue I have...
Yeah, we're not clapping. Thank you. Please continue, Councillor Roy.
The issue I have is if I vote this down and don't give the 30 days to Director Connor, I have to sleep with that decision. And I do not want to. I cannot afford to do that. I can't. No.
Thank you. Questions? Yes, please. Councillor Najin.
So I just wanted to verify a couple of things real quick. So one, is this property or either of the other 2 properties a property where a shooting occurred last year? Do we know?
If I can jump in.
Yes, Mr. Carey.
Yeah, this is what's before the council tonight is the condition of this property and whether it's a dangerous building. And
Okay.
if so, what disposal to be done. And there's
Okay.
kind of the rehab plan is a
Understood.
separate piece, but these other things aren't part of that.
So just really quickly, I have absolutely no question about the veracity of our staff or their eagerness to provide housing that is safe and to treat commercial property owners fairly. This is, I believe, and please clarify if I'm wrong, this is the tool in which you use through this designation in order to either demand compliance or get a resolution that creates a safer environment for our community. Am I correct on that?
You are 100% correct. I want nothing more than for Roger Andrews and Andrews Management to get the funding to rehabilitate this property and get it back into the rent rolls for safe housing. I welcome his rehab plan, but I need to make sure that it's sound and that it will work. But I need a tool just in case he doesn't.
Councillor Chittum.
Thank you. One question, Director Connor. This order for demolition, does that include the 4 occupied apartments, or is that at your discretion to have only the rear 4 demolished?
It is for the entire building.
So if things go south, we will have 4 people evicted from their dwellings.
That is correct, sir.
I have some comment, but this is question period.
I appreciate you recognizing that. Do we have further questions from the council? We are now up to closing statements. Would Planning and Code like to make any closing statements?
I just want to thank the council, and as we said before, we welcome any valid and viable rehab plan from the owner. We're willing to work with the owner and get these back on the rent rolls. But we strongly believe that the entire structure is dangerous, primarily because of the condition of the rear building, the rear portion of the building. So I want to thank the building inspector and the fire inspectors. They've done yeoman's work on this property, and we would appreciate your vote on this one. Thank you.
Closing statements from any of the parties.
I'll just use the opportunity to just address a couple of things in closing. One of the questions that was raised was the issue about the pest problem. I can assure the council that there is a treatment plan. When I say plan, it doesn't mean to do. It is an ongoing plan with a professional treatment company. It was my understanding that the property manager had been sending those to the city. It sounds like they haven't been, and I will make sure that that gets rendered immediately. So we'll be able to get all of those reports to the city and make sure that they get done every month. And I just want to reiterate the fact that, like John said, Roger is committed to getting this and making it work, keeping safe housing in Lewiston, and getting not only this building, but the other 2 buildings as well, back in the good graces of the city and up to code. Thank you.
Closing comments from any other party.
Nothing other than to state that Franklin Savings Bank remains committed to its borrower and to the city and to all parties to do everything it can to assist in rehabilitating this property to the extent that it's economically feasible to do so. Thank you.
Any other parties wish to make a statement? The information has been presented and the record is now closed. Thank you. Madam Clerk, item number 2. Agenda item yes.
Right, yes, sir.
Thank you.
The motion.
Motion number 2, thank you.
Sure. With regard to the property at 54 Knox Street, to adopt the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and order of demolition proposed by the City Planning and Code Enforcement Department, which order established the corrective action to be taken by the property owner and the time frame for taking such action, and which authorized the city administrator to take such corrective action if the property owner fails to do so, and to recoup the city's costs through a special tax or collective action.
So moved.
A motion, please. Councillor Najin.
Second.
Second by Councillor Chittum. Yes, deliberation among councillors. Councillor Chittum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the fact that Director Connor has been working with this landlord owner and continues to do so. In my dealings with Director Connor, sometimes he has frustrated me in his willingness to work with landlords, tenants, residents, rather than bring the hammer down immediately. In my view, he is a judicious individual who will take advantage of the 30-day extensions if it's deemed appropriate. However, he needs to have the sufficient tools to force that issue if it's necessary to be forced. I want to make it clear that if this council approves this condemnation order and demolition order, it does not guarantee the demolition of the building. It gives Director Connor the tool that he needs, the heavy tool that he needs to enforce the codes that provide safe housing for Lewiston residents. So I do want to recognize Director Connor as being somebody who is very open to discussion and willing to consider this is not a death sentence for the building, but it does give him the tools he needs.
Further, yes, Councilor Najin.
Yeah, I would just like to add on to that. I believe that the entire community is looking for safe housing. Safe housing is incredibly important. And when we start thinking about the way that development occurs in our community and the way that, for instance, there are 20 units that we're talking about right now, 4 are occupied. Those other 16 have been empty for 5 years in the middle of a housing crisis. And so giving these types of tools to our code enforcement department can help to fuel some of the recovery we need to see and some of the housing that we are missing right now. So I just want to point that out to everybody.
Further comments from the council?
I've already said all mine.
Okay. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you very much. Planning and Code, Fire Department, the parties of interest. Mr. Carey, thank you. Madam Clerk, I would like to take a brief recess at this point.
So you're revising.
And we're back, thank you. Madam Clerk, what agenda item are we on?
We're item number 7, Mr.
Item
Mayor.
number 7, please.
Item number 7, resolve to approve the Mills 7 amended lease, which increases the monthly lease payment, sets a base amount purchase price for the building at $6.5 million, and makes a one-time lump sum payment. Requested action to approve the resolve to adopt the Mills 7 amended lease, which increases the monthly lease payment, sets a base amount purchase price for the building at $6.5 million, and makes a one-time lump sum payment.
May I have a motion, please? Councilor Golan,
Second.
second by Councilor Chittum. Is staff presenting on this?
Yes,
Okay.
that would be me, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, please continue.
Okay, Mr. Mayor and Council, as you recall, back in April of 2024, I brought before you the lease for the Bates Mill. There were some issues with making the building a Category 4 building. We had to amend the cost of the building at that time, where there were steel girders that had to be placed throughout the building. At that meeting back in April of 2024, the build-out costs were supposed to be $15,160,000. And that the police department was supposed to move in January. During the course of the construction phase, there were some overruns, there were some delays. The police department did not move in until May of this year, and we received invoices from the construction of the build-out from Platts Associates of $16,876, $266.46. However, we had gone through our budget, and we were we did not have the authorization to pay additional funds, so we've been paying what we agreed to last April of 2024. Many of you have been to the police department building. It's an increase from, I think, 24,000 square feet to 48,000 square feet. The old building was falling apart. It's got quite the improvements. However, we've been paying the current lease amount of $150,993.35 a month, which comes up to the rental payment and the cost for the build-out. We've been in negotiations with Platts Associates to increase that amount to $158,944.29, which is an increase of about $7,950 a month. Platts Associates agreed to have us continue to pay that we budgeted for the lease payments for the rest of this fiscal year, and then alter it to the increased payment July 1st. In the original lease that we signed off with Platts Associates, there was after 9 years, the option to purchase the building. At that time, it was set that we would have 3 different appraisals come in, and in 9 years, what would the cost of the building be? We really were kind of at the mercy of the market and the amount of money that we put into it. So Platts Associates has agreed to set a purchase price at $6.5 million, which is a benefit for the city. There is a 2.5% annual increase on that. If we choose not to purchase that the number of 6.5 will increase. However, based on what we've received for a building and the overruns that occurred, and we have moved into it, the city administrator is recommending that we increase this lease payment of the $7,950.
Thank you, Deputy Administrator O'Malley. Questions, comments from the council? Councilor Chittum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The third whereas indicates that we'll make a lump sum payment for the difference in monthly rental on July 1st, 2026.
That is correct.
Does this preclude us paying that early? And first of all, does it include interest on that money that we are not paying monthly now?
Yeah, the $7,950.94 does include a 6.31% interest rate over the rest of this, this year. If we were to pay it ahead of time, I'm sure Mr. Platts would be more than willing to take that money early from us.
The resolve, provided we can find the money somewhere, the resolve does not preclude us from making this payment early.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Najin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As most people know, at one point in time, I was a bit critical of the overruns that had occurred at the police department, but I've been enlightened as to the savings that the city's seen from remodeling this space, and I'm just wondering if possibly, Deputy Administrator, you could talk to, I believe it's somewhere around $10 million that we're saving in what we're currently. If you could just speak to that really quickly.
Well, I could speak to when I was police chief. We had an assessment done of the old police department facility, and the costs were, and this was back in 2019. The cost of rehabbing 171 Park Street or building new range between $36 to $38 million, and that was 6 years ago. So I think the fact that we're able to get a building for the 16, almost 17 million, plus if we do end up purchasing it, is a huge saving for the city. I think it's probably close to 15, if not $20 million more. You look at what Auburn is building over there, I think they're excess of 40 million or close to $40 million for their building. We have 48,000 square feet, so I think we've really gotten a good deal for this new building.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
We're now going to public comment for this agenda item. Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Item number 8.
Item number 8, order approving the acquisition of 20 Martin Drive. Requested action to approve the order approving the acquisition of 20 Martin Drive.
May I have a motion,
So
please?
moved.
So moved.
Second.
Madam Clerk, did you catch any of that?
It was seconded by Counselor Chittum. I missed who.
Who moved it?
Thank you, Counselor Gallant. Thank you.
Oh, Councilor Gallant. Okay, thank you. Yes, please introduce yourselves and kick us off.
Good evening. Kevin Gagne, Director of Lewiston Public Works. I'm here with Jeff Boley, Deputy Director with Engineering and Asset Management. We're here before you tonight about 20 Martin Drive. The city was approached. The Portland Diocese is looking to sell this property and offered it to the city. It's about 7 acres of recreational area that's been in the city of Lewiston for decades. There was used at one time for, I guess, ice rink, tennis courts. Recently, after looking at it, it has ball fields on it. After the last lease for the recreational use by a small, the South Lewiston League, a rec assessment has expired, and that's an assessment with the state of Maine. So this parcel is actually available to become what we call a rec conversion. Back when we built Connors School, we actually created a deficit because we took property out of that Franklin pasture. So since Connors School was built, we had several different options to try to reduce that recreational deficit with the state. They did not come to fruition, so we have money actually set aside for some of those proposed projects that haven't moved ahead. Those were on Cody Street. So the asking price is $210,000 for this 7-acre parcel. We have talked with the state of Maine. Doug Beck is the director of the program for land use, or let me get this correct, Land and Water Conservation Fund with the state, and said this is a good parcel that could be utilized as a rec conversion and reduce our deficit. The issue is to take credit for what we had been considering and what this parcel is. We need to do what's called a yellow book appraisal. Those need to be done within 6 months of each other, and we're probably 6 to 9 months out if this were to be purchased before we could get that.
Questions, Councilor Najin?
So when we talk about a deficit in our recreational properties, that actually affects or could affect, if we're not given waivers, funding that we can apply for from both the state and the federal government. Am I correct on that? Like RTP grants, for instance?
Correct.
Other pieces like that?
That is my understanding as well.
Okay. So not having enough recreational facilities within our community or public spaces actually decrease the amount of funding that we can get in order to improve or expand the ones we already have.
Correct. And that's based on an assessed value, not on a square foot area or any other considerations. Yep.
And this hinges on money that we received, given expressly for the purpose of parks, and then if we go take land, we need to replace it. Do I have that mostly right?
I think the funding was part of a 23 and 24 LCIP that Lewiston set aside to The original, how Franklin Pasture came about, but the funding we have available to purchase this was part of FY '23 and '24 for parks and recreation, correct?
Right, but the deficit is we received federal money that was supposed to be used in perpetuity for recreation. And then if we're taking land, then we need to replace it.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Councilor Sol.
So I guess my question is, the field currently is used by, does the rec department rent that, who uses it right now?
My understanding, and
You
I
do.
don't want, somebody may be able to speak to it, but it's not associated with the city or rec department or public works. It's a group of interested parents that have their association and do Little League and baseball and softball in those fields. And I may be wrong on all those details, but it's been in private group of volunteers that have been maintaining and having that league with the Portland Diocese.
And what's the other option for the land if we don't purchase it? What are they gonna, is that field gonna go away?
I think the option was to go to public market for other uses.
Well, I certainly don't want to take public space away from the public for the kids, so I support this, so, yeah, thanks.
Councilor Chittum.
Thank you. Could you elaborate on the 6 to 9 month difference between whatever we have to do within 6 months? Explain that again, please.
So I believe, and you can correct me, we have to have a valuation between two parcels. So the deficit that we had, we were proposing the Cody Street, or we were proposing a spot on Island Ave. That, according with a new parcel that we're considering, those appraisals need to be happening within, how many days?
I think that's how long it was going to take. It wasn't a deadline.
No, but I think that we can't have an appraisal from like last year and compare to a new one. So the two Yellow Book appraisals need to happen within a certain time
I believe it's
frame.
within a year.
And then the other piece is those people that are certified to do these appraisals, we have reached out. We believe it's at least 6 to 9 months. We had heard others say a year, but the individual that did the last one for us thought it was about 6 to 9 months to be able to get that appraisal completed.
And why do we need this appraisal? We've got a purchase and sale agreement. What's the purpose of having the appraisal? Is that to satisfy the state that we have made up the deficit?
This is the valuation to go to the state to say you had this much in recreational and you're looking to put it into this other parcel for recreation use. And yes, we see that they're equal value based on the appraisals.
I see. And the risk of not complying with the state deadline because appraisers are not available is what?
It ends up ultimately how much our deficit could be offset.
Okay.
So if the parcel that we had on Franklin Pasture was valued more than the land we're looking to put to it, we still have a deficit, vice versa.
Can we have a surplus?
Yes, we did have a surplus, but that time limit ran out.
Okay. It does not sound to me as though this deficit surplus question and the appraisal question is earth-shattering. I don't know why that would hold up the decision of the council to approve this order tonight.
It is just talking about next process.
Yeah.
If we were to move ahead with the purchase of the recommendation.
And I hope we do. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're now going to public comment for this agenda item. I think there's, yeah, we're still, thank you. Yes, please proceed with public comment.
My name is Allison Litton. I'm a resident in Ward 7, and I serve as the current president of Lewiston Cal Ripken Baseball, the Lewiston Nonprofit Youth Baseball League. I'm here tonight on behalf of the Board of Directors to express strong support for the City of Lewiston's purchase of one of our home facilities, 20 Martin Drive, and also to share important context about the history of the property and the handling of the sale by the diocese. The facility and fields at Martin Drive have been home to youth baseball since the early 1960s. They were built and maintained by community members, including the late Del Gendron. The diocese received the property as a gifted deed in 1961 from the late Amadee and Anita Boldick, with the condition that it be used as a free playground or for a religious shrine. Since that time, the league has paid annual lease fees, though minor, to the diocese, and has also been solely responsible for all maintenance, improvements, and utility costs, of which we are still actively paying to date. Over the decades, the league has invested thousands of volunteer hours and upwards of $150,000 into the property, including $20,000 for a field conversion just a few years back. The only known financial investment by the diocese since 1961 appears to be recent legal and sales-related fees to maximize profit. In 2018, the two existing Lewiston baseball leagues, South Lewiston and Elliott Ave, merged, leaving one board of volunteers to manage 8 ball fields across the two facilities on opposite sides of the city. As a volunteer-run nonprofit receiving no financial or manpower support from the city or other government entities, maintaining and investing in both properties has admittedly become increasingly difficult, especially with rumors of the diocese seeking to sell Martin Drive in recent years. On March 21st of this year, just days before the diocese announced the intended closure of St. John's High School, I received notice from a representative that the property on Martin Drive was to be sold. At a meeting on April 10th, it was stated that our league's well-being was the primary concern for the diocese, and we were asked what we could afford to pay for the property. I respectfully responded that we are a nonprofit and would need time to raise funds. I also requested to be notified of the approved sales price once known, and that the league be given first right of refusal to purchase. Unfortunately, neither requests were honored. I would like to take the opportunity to correct the record. The league did not voluntarily end any lease. We requested an extension and were offered a partial year through the month of September, with the warning that if a sale occurred sooner, the lease would cease immediately and the league would lose access to the fields as well as any property on site. Upon review, our board did not see this as a viable or respectful offer. While the league was excluded from discussions around the sales price, I speak on behalf of our board in support of the city's purchase. We believe the facility will be better served under the stewardship of a more transparent and community-invested entity. We respectfully request the opportunity to meet with city officials to discuss continued use of the facilities and fields that we have invested in for over 6 decades with dedication and commitment to Lewiston's youth and for the love of the game. Thank you for your time.
Further public comment?
She said it all.
Public comment is now closed. Councilor Herman.
Thank you. I was going to follow Councilor Chittum and just say that I think we can approve this sale or we can approve this purchase tonight. The closing will happen in the next couple months or so, hopefully, and then we can figure out we can have those appraisals done at a later date, I would assume, and figure out that whole rec conversion and the deficit piece at that point. So I definitely would support this purchase, and hopefully we can continue having that be a recreational facility.
Director Gagne, you were just simply talking about next steps. So, like, the appraisal doesn't need to hold up anything tonight?
No, it does not need to hold up anything tonight.
Yeah,
And
you just, if I may, we're talking about purchasing the property and then the next steps needed after that.
Correct.
Yeah.
And
okay.
we have not, thank you for that background for the use of the fields and where they were at. So we just want to we're here tonight because we want to keep this as recreational use. Quite honestly, there should be more discussion because, as you know, at Public Works, we are down on staff and up on demands too. So we definitely want to partner with those groups and help support the existing use and that it continues forward. So.
Thank you. Councilor Nagy.
I'm not going to ask you to necessarily speak for the Recreation Department, but I would imagine there would be some type of programming for our youth that are not in these programs already, as well as support for the programs that do exist, the private leagues that already do exist, while partnering between, sounds like a very good volunteer base that would be providing some oversight to this public area. And the tools that we have at the city. So it sounds like it's a good matchup where we actually get more use out of it. And if you could speak maybe to any portion of that.
Sure. So in consideration of this parcel, I did We did meet with Director Welch and talked about recreational opportunities as well as their capacity. They're always excited to do more programs and partner with people, and I think her excitement speaks for itself. I also did meet with Deputy Director Bates and her extensive experience with rec groups, and we talked about, what this facility, without discussing with the previous group, what would that look like if we had to take it on, and that's a big burden. So we definitely want to partner. I don't think anybody, I have no preconceived ideas on this. Somebody had a use, they were playing there this spring. They want to continue to use it. We're excited about that and hope that continues.
Councilor Roy.
Thank you. I think this is awesome. I had the opportunity to play at Elliott Field as a kid. I had an opportunity to coach at South Lewiston Little League 20 plus years ago. This is an amazing opportunity for the city of Lewiston and the kids and the families that really enjoy this. So I'm totally in favor of this.
Councilors, are we ready to vote? Councilor Chittum.
Thank you. I'd like to ask administration, is $210,000 a comfortable price? I know we have the money there, but do you feel that that was a bargain hard driven?
I think the short answer is yes. It's very close to their initial asking price. Is that right?
Yeah, I had been in conversations with Father Greenleaf, who was very supportive of Cal Ripken still having the fields there. But he takes direction from the diocese, so he has to kind of have his marching orders. So compared to what the assessed value is, I know that the diocese was going to have, it broken up into house lots, to answer your earlier question, Councilor Sol. So he's 210 is a good price for that, 7+ acres in that area that it's located. And I will say, Councilor Roy, my son played t-ball there, and I coached it and did clean up the fields. And my son's now 29, and he was 5, so it's been part of our community for a long time.
Thank you. Please continue, Councilor Chittum.
Thank you. I would also like to point out that there are restrictions on the property that would prevent it from being used as house lots. These look, from the books and pages in the Androscoggin Registry, to be long time. So we need to be aware that the city can only use this for recreational purposes unless we want to put a shrine up there. We could do that too. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counsel from Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Item number 9.
Item number 9, order approving the disposition of 112 and 115 Shawmut Street. Requested action to approve the order approving the disposition of 112 and 115 Shawmut Street.
So moved.
Councilor Harriman.
Second.
Second by Councilor Chittum. Any presentation from staff?
So in your packet, you had offers. We are suggesting to sell to Chikuka Construction. These two properties, of course, were tax acquired. One of them, no funds will be going back to the old owner due to the cost being about $40,000 over what would be due. The other one, we will be owing $3,515 back to the old owner.
Further comments, questions from the council? Public comment for this agenda item? Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counsel from Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Item number 10.
Item number 10, order accepting the donation of the property located at 23 Sand Hill Road. Requested action to approve the order accepting the donation of property located at 23 Sand Hill Road.
So moved.
Second.
Councilor Chittum, second by Councilor Harriman. Any thoughts from staff?
So if you remember back on July 15th, this property was originally on there to take possession. We got a contact from the two individuals wanting to donate so that it would be a wash. So there would be no tax lien put with their name, and it would be an easier sell for the city to have a clean title to sell. So we're recommending this.
Thank you. Questions, comments from staff, or I mean from councilors? Public comment on this agenda item. Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counsel from Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
With appreciation, yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Item number 11.
Item number 11, order to release the confidential report from the city attorney dated October 10th, 2025, concerning the use of encrypted messaging by city council members. Requested action, be it ordered by the city council that the city council approves release to the public of the confidential report from the city attorney dated October 10th, 2025, concerning the use of encrypted messaging.
So moved.
Have a motion, please.
Second.
Councilor Gallant, second by Councilor Chittum, for the public's benefit. We'll be deliberating up here, I guess going to public comment, and then voting, and then immediately following that, we do have should the vote prevail, we will have copies to distribute to all of you, should you want a copy. Comments, questions from the council? Public comment for this agenda item.
Matthew Agron, Ward 4. I am very grateful to see that the city is willing to get serious about how this council as a whole has acted with some lack of transparency. This is not the first time, honestly, this council has been caught working to avoid open communication in front of the public on how things are being done. I can think of at least two more. The first was the acceptance of Heather Hunter's release. At the time you did that, you walked into this room, there was one word said, nothing was presented to us, you all said yes. The second would be 2 years ago, approximately, when you opened up a school budget workshop to public comment. Had people not seen it online that there was going to be public comment, nobody would have known. And it turns out, after the fact, there was emails sent among you that you had made decisions ahead of time that you were going to open it up to public comment. I'll be honest, there are many of us out here who think there have been many more times that this council has operated behind the scenes and haven't been open with the public about what's being shared. I also hope that much like during CageGate, we all remember that someone has also reached out to the Maine Attorney General's office to have them weigh in on this. Because that was what was done then, because the city did not trust the city attorney's view. And then, I do hope that all of you, along with our school committee members, are going to be forced to sit back down and go through a class of what is transparency and the FOA requirements are for you people. Thank you very much.
Further public comment? Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counsel from Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So copies will be available here on the podium, should audience members wish to see a copy. Could we have copies distributed to us up here?
Is that what this is? For the council.
Should I can come get them. I'll come get them. Or, okay. Madam Clerk, thank you so much.
I think there's 8 there, but it'll-
Okay. Did the copies make it down that way? Okay. Do you have a point of order, Councilor Herman?
I would just like to note that, that this report has been lightly redacted by city attorneys. If people probably noticed that. And then I would also suggest that it be read into the record, especially for the folks at home.
Councilor Chittum, you have such a wonderful voice. Do you want to, what are your thoughts on reading it into the record? And if you agree, do you want to read it into the record?
I would defer to council. I would be happy to read it. But if council would prefer I not, I won't.
You're talking about all of us or general counsel?
Council with a CIL, not an SEL.
Okay. Thank you. Councilor Gallant.
I believe we could just post it and not have to worry about that. People at home could then see it online or some of the means or contact. It's already 10 after 10 and we've still got plenty in front of us.
Back to you, Councilor Herman.
Yes, respectfully, I would propose that if members of this body are going to be potentially censured, which is the most severe consequence that this body can give, that people know what we are talking about. And I would, again, request that it be read into the record.
Yeah, I mean, I think we probably could have read it into the record by now. Councilor Chittum.
I will. It'll take about 5 minutes. Our previous public speaker did a marvelous job of reading a one-page document in 3 minutes and 2 seconds, so I will do my best. This is a letter from Brandon Isaacson, the city attorney. It is attorney-client work privileged. The council has just voted to release this, as is our ability. Dated October 10th, 2025. It's a summary of investigation that the council had requested. First, thank you again for the opportunity to conduct this independent inquiry. This memo is to confirm that I have now completed my inquiry and to share my findings. The focus of this inquiry was to determine if any of the 8 members of the Lewiston City Council were using encrypted messaging software applications, such as Signal, WhatsApp, or other related platforms with disappearing message functions, for matters related to city business, by way of example, city government, city employees, city employee performance, etc., or related matters that could be subject to FOA requests. The inquiry included 8 virtual Zoom, phone, and Teams interviews, including follow-up communications with several witnesses. Overall, I found the information that witnesses provided to be credible and in many cases supported by other witnesses. Findings. The fact-finding interviews revealed that 2 members of the City Council, Councilor Joshua Najin and Councilor Scott Harriman, have used the Signal app in the past to communicate about city matters with A. Both councilors reported that the request to use Signal and the subsequent communications were initiated by A. Note, 2 other members of the City Council also reported that A suggested communicating through Signal in the past, which they either ignored or declined. Councilor Najin reported that it was A who first suggested and initiated the use of Signal for their communications, something that started in approximately September of 2023 and stopped in late July of 2025. Councilor Najin explained that these Signal communications with A were primarily calls, an estimated 24 instances, but acknowledged that there had also been text message exchanges as well, an estimated 3 to 4 instances. Councilor Najin stated that he knew that the messages could disappear on Signal, but he thought that he could still access them. It was only recently, and after A's Signal text communication with him, did he learn that the messages were unretrievable. The Signal platform settings were reportedly set or created by A. Although not intended to be an exhaustive list of topics, Councilor Najin confirmed that he communicated with A about city matters and business, city personnel, at least 4 City of Lewiston employees, and various City Council agenda items. Councilor Najin explained that although he was unaware that the Signal text messages with A would disappear, he acknowledged that in retrospect it was something that he should have verified. Councilor Najin acknowledged that because of the messages disappearing, some FOA lines could have been unintentionally crossed in terms of the messages not now being retrievable. Councilor Najin explained that he did not recognize at the time that the missing text communications with A could be inconsistent with the requirements of state law, and added that he wished that he could have handled the communications differently so that he could have preserved them. Councilor Najin stated that he recently deleted the Signal app and confirmed that A was the only person he communicated with in this manner, i.e. using Signal for city business communications. Councilor Najin explained that he never intended to hide or have the communications disappear. Councilor Harriman also confirmed communicating calls and texts with A through Signal, but explained that he was not certain as to whether the communications would be a record subject to preservation. According to Councilor Harriman, most of his Signal communications with A were through calls, with only a handful of text exchanges. Councilor Harriman explained that only recently did he discover that his text communications with A through Signal had disappeared. Councilor Harriman explained that the last time he communicated with A through Signal was in late June or early July of 2025. Councilor Harriman reported that it was A who first initiated the use of Signal for their communications, something that began late last year, i.e. 2024, or early this year, 2025. Councilor Harriman confirmed that he communicated with A about city matters. Councilor Harriman stated that he did not feel pressured by A to vote a certain way, but acknowledged that it was possible that some of the city topics that he communicated with A about could have been on the edge as to whether they should have been saved or preserved, a possibility. Councilor Harriman explained that it would be difficult to confirm this for sure, since the message history is no longer available to review. Councilor Harriman explained that there was never any intention of hiding anything. Based on the testimony of the witnesses, it appears that only Councilor Najin and Councilor Harriman used Signal to communicate with A. Although most of the communications occurred through Signal calls, there were admittedly some communications through Signal text messages. Councilor Najin and Councilor Harriman both reported that they were not aware A had chosen a setting that would cause the messages to disappear, only recently becoming aware of this fact. I wish to thank you again for the opportunity to conduct this inquiry and to meet and talk with the members of the Lewiston City Council. Please don't hesitate to contact me with any questions. Sincerely, Toby Tyner Jr., Independent Human Resources Consultant, Licensed Maine Professional Investigator.
Thank you, Councilor Chittum. Madam Clerk, item number 12.
Item number 12, resolution to censure City Councilor Joshua Najin of Ward 1. Requested action to adopt the resolution to censure City Councilor Joshua Najin of Ward 1.
Can I have a motion, please?
It gives me no pleasure to make this motion.
Councilor Chittum, second by Councilor Gallant. Councilor Najin, if you wish to say something, I will allow you to speak first.
Yeah, certainly. I would also respectfully ask that I could possibly speak at the end as well, in case there was something I have to answer to. But I would first and foremost simply say that it doesn't matter if you break a glass on purpose or if that glass is broken on accident, you still don't have the glass. And I guess the point to that is, I should have known better. I absolutely realized that I've lost some respect as far as transparency in our city, and I apologize for that to my councilors and to my constituents.
Thank you, Councilor Najin. Further questions, comments from the council? Public comment for this agenda item. Back to the council. Councilor Chittum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I said, this gives me no pleasure. We are all human. We all make mistakes. There are some who believe that these mistakes were more than mistakes. I choose to believe that they were errors in judgment. The only remedy open to the City Council is to censure. The other option is to do nothing, and I don't believe that's an option. So regretfully, I suggested that Councilors Harriman and Najin be censured for this action.
Further, Councilor Sol.
So thank you for that, Councilor Najin. This isn't easy. Nobody enjoys having to do this. It is unfortunate that it's happening, but I think as a council, it's our responsibility to make sure that this is done. So, but thank you for your explanation. I truly believe that you regret your decision, and I don't believe you'll ever do it again. So I hope you don't, though. So, but thank you for that.
Councillor Longchamps.
Yes, Josh, I would just like to, thank you for being honest. I think you could have easily denied downloading that app. So I just want to say thank you for that. And I do understand how you could have been persuaded to do that, because I too was asked to by A, and I'm thankful that I didn't, but I can understand how it could happen.
Further comments from the council? Councillor Najin, I appreciate your explanation, and yeah, thank you. And I appreciate councillors being willing to hold members of this body accountable. Further questions or anything further? Councillor Najin?
Only to apologize again, and to, long and the short of it, I'm not holding anybody accountable. It's my fault, and I'm the person who's accountable, so.
Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Abstain?
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
I abstain.
And Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 6-0.
Item number 13.
Item number 13, resolution to censure City Councilor Scott Harriman of Ward 3. Requested action to adopt the resolution to censure City Councilor Scott Harriman of Ward 3.
May I have a motion, please?
Regrettably, yes, you may.
Second.
Councillor Chittum, followed by Councillor Gallant. Councillor Harriman, should you wish to say something, I'll allow you to speak first.
Yes, so as the report states, there were a handful of text messages that I didn't realize were set to disappear. I do accept that fault. I should have checked the settings and made sure that they were preserved, because that is something that's important for us as elected officials to maintain. And I fully regret this oversight, and I apologize for it.
Further comments from the council at this time? Public comment for this agenda item. Back to the council. Councillor Chittum.
This is one of the more difficult things that we councilors are being asked to do. We make all kinds of tough decisions. This was particularly difficult because these are colleagues, and this finding of censure is, as I said, the only response that the council can have. It does demonstrate grave displeasure with the actions. Not with the individuals. So it's these actions and the individuals who caused them that result in this censure.
Councillor Gallant.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to thank them both for owning up. It's big on both of you, and I'm sure it was difficult. And I know that the problem I have with what we have here is censorship is the only power we have. We're not allowed to replace a counselor for doing things unless it's really crazy bad. And I will propose for our next meeting in November that we talk about changing that one section of the charter, which we can do as a council without having to go to the city. And that way we can have some more leniency or more leeway on how we conduct these matters. Because it's very serious. And for the one who asked about the Attorney General, they were talked to. So the facts were, and you're right, our attorney said no.
Further comments from the council? Councilor Harriman, I also appreciate your explanation. Thank you. And once again, I appreciate our the entire council being willing to hold members accountable. Further comments or questions? Councilor Harriman, anything further? Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Abstain.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
I abstain.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 6-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 14.
Item number 14, update regarding needle litter and collection efforts.
Director Gagne, thanks for sticking it out here.
Good evening.
Please take it away.
So I was asked to give an update on what Public Works or what our protocols have been and an update on collections. We've been collecting needles for several years. I don't have the start date of when we did, but I can tell you that we did include some information in your packet. And for the public, so Public Works maintains 23 Sharps containers throughout the city. 12 are standalone units mounted on posts throughout the city. 7 units are located inside our public restrooms. 3 units are located in the public library and 1 unit here at City Hall. These units are, collection units are regularly monitored and maintained by Public Works building staff. We do have times when calls are made when the public sees needles. Each of you has sometimes called in and notified us of an event happening and there's needles in an area, and we dispatch our Public Works standby on-call person. That person is trained to after hours to collect those needles that are in a public space and dispose of properly. We have upgraded all of our stainless steel units that are vandal resistant and heavy duty. I think we have 4 units per year to upgrade those. Typically, it takes 4 to 6 weeks to get a new unit. So if it's been vandalized, my understanding and what I've heard is that they're not getting the needles out of that unit, but they're breaking the lock where we can't open it, inspect it, service it. So we do have to replace those. They can't be repaired. They're a custom item. And we do carry in the budget for 4 new units annually. I don't think we're at a deficit right now. Vandalism has not been on the rise for those. We do inspections Monday through Friday. Our parks department, our highway division has a staffer that goes around and checks the parks, as well as we have a building maintenance person that checks the bathroom facilities, and then we have facility people here checking each of the buildings. So it's a team approach on that. We are logging activities, call-ins coming into our Beehive, which is our asset management system. We've been doing that since November of '24. So unfortunately, I don't have any long-term data on that, but I can tell you that in this calendar year of '25, we've had 41 call-outs for collection of needles. I haven't really quantified that and how many needles were collected, but that's above and beyond our normal inspection and collection. So that's an after-hours type call, or even during the day, it's, hey, I saw something, we go get it. As far as some of the stats, so we are coordinating this with the police department. We have a shared document, so they're aware of our collections and what they're seeing. Other staff have availability to this. We're really using this to understand where our needs are, or reordering of new collection devices. I've looked through the data. Not really a good trend. It's not a really great way to how the data's been tracking. I think we've been using it more internally of when do I need to change out a dispenser. Our staff are trained. Some dispensers hold 50 needles. Some are smaller units. So they're doing an estimate if the container isn't full, 2 or 3 needles, I'm not going to change it. Some of the larger containers, they're not changing them out or emptying them until they're close to full. So we're taking some, on inspection, some guesstimates on what's in there, and we track those. But unfortunately, it's not a good way of being able to give you statistics to say our trend are up in these areas or trending down, either per site or overall. I can tell you that based on this Excel spreadsheet, 2025 totals, we have about 695 needles in our collection bins. Like I said, that doesn't really give me a good timeline. Sometimes that number's been counted, but they've stayed in there. So that's what we're seeing right now for collections. This is kind of the form that's used, so our field staff are collecting it and turning it in. We're logging it, scanning it in. So we are trying to be as responsive as possible. Open any questions you have that I didn't cover or that I could better answer.
If a member of the public finds a needle in a public space, how should they contact Public Works what's the process for that?
Monday through Friday, 7 to 4. The best time is to call Public Works. That's our open time. We're not considering this as an emergency response like we do a water main break or a sewer backup or a road cave-in or something. So unless somebody is calling us at an event like we've had recently, those are waiting till the next business day. But please, there's also online reporter concern. If that's something, then we see that. Generally, it's forwarded, and next business day, we're trying to address that as well. So call Public Works, 513-3000, and let us know what you're seeing.
Thank you very much. Councillor Chittum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Director Gagne. Three questions maybe. You've indicated that the statistics on needles collected out of the Sharps boxes could use some improvement.
Absolutely.
How about statistics on needles that are picked up off the ground upon request or upon visible discovery by Public Works employees?
We're going to look to improve that as well. I think it's more per incident. We were trying to it's citywide, so it could be something along the river, along a walkway. It's not at the ones that we're normally collecting at. So it's any public space that we're getting called upon. And I don't think we're accurately quantifying. Did we get one? Was it a dozen? We've had some on the pedestrian bridge between Lewiston and Auburn. So they've been all over in different locations, and we will work to better qualify that.
Thank you. I think that's very important because it's not the needles in the boxes that are creating the problem. It's the needles on the ground. And that's really what we're trying to track to see whether or not there are trends. The efforts that this council has tried to control that needle litter through licensing exchange ordinances, we don't know if it's going to work because we don't really have the data. So if you could make a concerted effort to track specifically those needles that you're finding not in the boxes, location, quantity, et cetera, that would be very helpful. Thank you. How does the public notifies you? By calling 513-3000. That's your Public Works dispatch. Now, you say in your memo here that if there are after-hours calls, if a call comes into the comm center, that would be 911?
Correct.
Outside regular operating hours, the Public Works highway standby employee is called to collect the Sharps. Is this a standard operating procedure?
That is. I would say of all the calls that we get, most of the ones are the people that know inside Public Works staff, City Hall staff. They're in an event, and we've cleaned up the street, we've shut everything down, and we're having some sort of public event, and it's seen, then we've received those calls. We've tried to expedite them. I can't tell you how many I've had from comm center. I don't know that they're calling 911 because there's needles on the ground. I'm not saying they aren't, but it's not typically how we get notified of needles in a public space.
Okay. As much as I abhor needles in public spaces, I don't think it's a good use of time for someone to be called out at 2 o'clock in the morning to pick up a needle that's been discovered on the Jenkins Bridge. So that policy could use maybe some tweaking and evaluation.
Absolutely.
How do we determine where these boxes are located? Is there a process within Public Works? Is there a committee? Who decides where the boxes go?
That's a great question. Coming into this is something that has been in place for a couple years. I think we get, some of it has been public concerns, either concerns from you all, administration. We are sensitive to the downtown business district, and that tends to be where some of our other homeless litter and other issues arise. So we're trying to put them in the spaces where if people are willing to dispose of them properly, that they're available. There's no formal, other than that, I don't know there's any other formal process.
Okay, well, it's a delicate balance because on the one hand, we want to provide safe disposal options, and on the other hand, we don't want to advertise to the world that Lewiston is your needle disposal site. So I realize it's a delicate balance there, and I appreciate the work that you've been doing in that regard. The only other question I have is concerning vandalism. I've heard reports that many of these boxes are being vandalized or removed completely. Do you have any thoughts, statistics, counts on that? I know you've indicated in your report that you budget for 4 new heavy-duty stainless steel tamper-resistant. That's, I suppose, top of the line, state of the art?
The previous ones, my understanding, were not. They were, we need a Sharps container there, and they weren't as robust. So I think we've changed all of those out, or we're waiting to get some final ones in to change those less sturdy containers out. But that is the plan. And from what we were looking at other locations, like if there's a heavy, like this one's always full. We've had complaints of it being full, containers full. So we go empty them. We will change the size of the container, but we are trying to be, as you said, aware that we don't have these large containers sending a different message out there, but try to have a space where people can dispose of it safely.
All right. Thank you, Director. I appreciate you and your department's work in this regard. Always room for improvement, but thank you for all you've done. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your support.
Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. My question was similar to Councilor Chittum's first question. If we could get information on where the sharps on the ground are picked up, I think that would help inform where we might need a box. If there's just one here and no other reports for months, then maybe that's not so important. But if someone's consistently finding syringes in a particular spot, then that might be somewhere we need to install one. And yeah, hopefully we can collect that data more effectively and analyze it better.
Absolutely.
Councilor Longchamps.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I also think connecting with the police department, if you haven't already, to see if, because I know they're called quite a bit.
We work closely, our staff work closely
Yeah.
with PD.
Yeah.
And
I mean, just for the numbers, because I see police officers all the time picking them up. They don't call Public Works when I'm present, when I
Yep.
see it. They do what they have to do to
we
take care of it.
will talk and see how we can capture
Yeah.
those as well.
The other question I had was, you mentioned 600 and something roughly that you're accounting for as far as needles in the boxes that are throughout the city. Is that right? 600 something?
It's very close to what I said. Yeah.
Around 700?
Yeah, 692 is what the current running total is on that
Is that
calendar
per
year
month?
25. No, that's for the whole year to date, calendar year 25.
That was what I was hoping you weren't going to say.
I am not, like I said, I haven't put these numbers together. I was looking through them to be able to give this summary.
Even if you
I'm
said
not sure those are-
2,000, if people are getting 100 at a time times just 5 people, which I'm sure more than that go.
These are what we're observing in our collection devices.
Right. So, again, hopefully folks are being educated on how to dispose of needles properly. because that's clearly not happening. Thank you.
Absolutely. And for those at home, there are Maine.gov and CDC recommendations how to dispose those for people at home.
Councilor Nagy.
So just a few things. One, when we look at where some of these boxes are placed, we know that some of them are most probably not in the best places. And I can give an example for Sunnyside Park, right? We have a toilet that's 50 feet from a Sharps box that's connected to a pole, which is one of the oldest ones in the city. They went in when the first boxes went in. And so I think at some point, there should be some conversations. When those first boxes went in, there was work with our public works director, our chief of police at the time, and the organization that was putting them in to kind of figure out where to put them. I can also tell you that the one at Sunnyside Park, in particular, that I'm thinking about, the last time I looked at the report, there was one syringe on the report, and that was a syringe that I put in the box when I was cleaning Jaden's garden out because somebody had thrown it into the bush, right? So one of the challenges I think we run into is some of the locations of these boxes is possibly they're not utilized very often, and so moving them to other places that would be more utilized, probably helpful. Also at the same time, the concerns about breaking into these boxes, and I don't know how to fix this because it's somewhat, I think, onerous and expensive to ask that somebody empties out these boxes every day. But people are trying to break into the boxes because they think something's in them, and from what it sounds like, many times there are things that are still in them, and so, that would be something that I would hope to discourage people from trying to break into the boxes because they don't think anything's in there. You know what I mean? But just one point. And, I do know that the police do track where they pick up some of the syringes. And so very possibly we could maybe heat map some of these places in order to get better ideas. Or we could speak to some of the behavioral health specialists that are in our communities to partner with them like we did when we first put in some of these boxes to again, make sure they're in the right places. But
We are definitely not operating alone. PD is a vital partner in this and alerts us to different areas that we should focus on or move or support as well. So they are at the forefront of this and seeing all this real time along with our crews trying to pick stuff up. So we appreciate them, and we're going to work together with them as well further.
Councilor Gallant.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director, for being here. Quick question, probably to Director Roy. Can we use opiate money to buy these boxes?
Yes.
So him not having to wait to order them on next year's budget, can we somehow get him the money to order 4 now so we have spares on hand? I think it'd be nice to have them available when he needs them and not be in a situation where we're having to wait for them to come in. Is that a possibility?
The council is the individuals who authorize the use. So yes, you could authorize the use of the opioids for him to have extra ones on hand.
Thank you. Can I have that on the agenda for November? Thank you.
Councilor Chittum.
Just to follow up on Councilor Gallant's request, can we also have a current status of the opioid funds, both income and anticipated expenditures? Thank you.
We're now heading to public comment for this agenda item.
Hi, my name is Melissa Dunham, community organizer. I reside on Blake Street in Lewiston. I'm really just concerned about reoccurring language. It just sounds a lot like classism. And it reminds me that maybe there's not really an understanding around substance use, or maybe there's bias around it. When I think about having receptacles, I think about near schools, libraries, McDonald's, contractors, where they hang out, because it's across class lines. in every community and across any family dynamic. So I think it's really important just to be reminded about that. Also, I helped the city a few times around things like the winter parking ban. When there was an ordinance change, I had 8 working days and handed out 4,000 notifications to residents with 11 other folks in community, and that was contracted work. And I also led demolition notifications for the city of Lewiston from 2012 to 2016, notifying, I believe, over 84 buildings, and that was just buildings, but we would notify residents within a 350-foot radius of a demolition site that the city was paying. It was like paying the pocket
I'm sorry,
for.
how does this pertain to this agenda item?
Because I'm suggesting that the contracted work for opioids or receptacles is worked with organizations in Lewiston to try to do either mapping or prevention and awareness education, and think about that, especially if you have this, I would say, pot of money to invest in, because organizations know where it's in the work. And I do want to say briefly, Carl, every time I testify, you cut me off when my information's pertinent. I'm very highly skilled in testifying. It's bordering harassment, and I don't appreciate it. If I'm allowed to, if I would be allowed to speak, that would be greatly appreciated, because I have really important things to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Further public comment? Back to the council. Anything further, Director Gagne?
No, I appreciate your time and support, and we'll look to coordinate some more.
We appreciate you.
Thank you.
We're now up to item number 15.
Item 15, update regarding the Flock license plate reader cameras.
Evening, Council. So I'm here to provide an update on the Flock cameras that we are...
Move the mic just a little closer to you. Thank you.
Better?
I think so. Well, just move the whole thing closer to you. There we go. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Providing an update on the Flock cameras that are currently...
Sergeant, could you introduce yourself, please?
Sergeant Joy Brown, Lewiston Police, in charge of the Crime Reduction Unit. So we are currently on a 60-day trial with Flock, installing LPR cameras throughout the city. These are portable cameras. They've been mapped out based on some crime data that was provided to Flock, and then Flock came back with some suggestions. I kind of went back and forth with them a little bit on some of the locations and where I felt that they should be installed. So they are currently, I believe, 7 installed out of 14 that we are set to get. And I'm here to answer any questions that anyone has regarding these cameras.
Councilor Chittum.
Thank you, Sergeant Brown. I appreciate it. These cameras are billed as license plate readers, LPRs. Do they have other capabilities as well?
The cameras themselves, no. The cameras themselves only capture a picture of the license plate as it passes by as it drives past the camera, and it's okay. Primarily the rear license plate is what they're picked up, aimed at to pick up.
Okay, so this image is then transmitted to a central brain that digitizes the data from the image.
Yes.
That is LPR.
Correct.
Does this system, the cameras and the processing unit and so on, have capabilities beyond reading and interpreting license plate numbers?
The cameras, no. The platform that the image is uploaded into, that platform does have capabilities for search functions, for law enforcement to search them for certain vehicle descriptions, whether it be, a white Ford or looking for a pickup truck. That is the what they call the AI portion of these cameras. That's why they're called AI cameras. The cameras themselves aren't AI. it's the platform that these images are uploaded into that they call AI, because you can type in, you know, white Ford pickup, or you can type in, you know, a green sports car, and that's, the platform will search for those vehicles that it's captured a license plate of, and then it will transmit that. You can do date ranges so that you can narrow down your search.
So in order to be fully functional or most effective, this platform doesn't reside at the Lewiston Police Department. This platform is a cloud platform that's accessible by any authorized law enforcement officer?
Yes.
Is that part of the purchase price of the flock cameras?
Yes.
The cameras are not actually purchased, they're licensed, and there's an annual subscription fee for
Yes.
the camera itself, the hardware unit, the connection, and the software package that then will convert this image of numbers into data.
Correct.
I'm going to ask the question now. If this AI component of the brain of this unit has additional capabilities, i.e. facial recognition, you're not proposing to use, well, first of all, does it have facial recognition capabilities?
As of right now, the cameras that we are leasing from Flock and the platform itself captures an image of a vehicle's license plate as it passes by the camera.
Okay, that didn't answer my question.
Doesn't take a picture of somebody's face.
Okay, so no, the answer to the question would be no, it does not have
That's
facial
correct.
recognition software.
It does not have facial
Okay,
recognition
I appreciate
capabilities.
that. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Yes, Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. So you said it only takes pictures of license plates and not faces?
Correct.
So if someone walks in front of it, it won't take a picture of the person?
No. Just takes a picture of the license plate that drives by.
Okay. How does the camera know that it's a license plate going by?
That's going to be a software, hardware, tech issue for a camera company to answer. I don't know how it does that, but some kind of algorithm, it's able to pick up the reflection of a license plate as it drives by, captures the image of the license plate as it drives by, it digitizes it, it puts it into a cloud-based server to which we can search it for vehicles and information relating to the vehicle and not a person.
Okay. So does it track people at all? Like, can you can you
People
search
walking?
for people?
No.
Yeah.
It's very basic in the sense of white Ford pickup, a green Chrysler sports car, looking for a Maine agricultural plate. It's very generic when it comes to that type of stuff.
Yeah, I asked because a major from the Sanford PD who recently had these, and then Sanford voted to remove them. On WMTW, he did an interview and he said that you can search for red shirt, tan pants, shorts, baseball hat, but you can't search for things like race or gender.
I have not seen that on any of our search capabilities. Again, we've only had it for about 2 weeks. Primarily the one that's explored the program. I'm very familiar with it. I've gone through training on it.
Mm-hmm.
I've actually helped write the policy on it, and I have not seen anything in there that states you can search. It's a very, you can type in, but it doesn't give, if you type, red and you do RD and not RED, it won't give you an option to search for red. Same thing with Ford, same thing with Chevy, same thing with any of the descriptors. So there's not anything in there that talks about people. It's all vehicles that drive by. So unless they're purchasing a different camera through a different platform, the Flock system that I currently have, that we are currently looking to purchase, and we're on a trial on right now, there's nothing about people. I haven't even seen, I probably looked at half dozen to a dozen images that it's captured, and I've not seen one person captured. They're usually very grainy pictures. but they do capture a sharp image of the license plate.
Okay. Because I asked because I know Sanford had a 60-day trial from Flock, and that's Sanford PD who says that they can search for those sorts of terms related to what people are wearing. And then, so Sanford City Council approved that 60-day trial in September, and then a couple weeks ago, they voted unanimously to cancel the trial and remove them. So I guess I'm still not sure if it can, I'm just getting conflicting information from different people.
I'm
about
giving you
what-
the information that we have currently in the Lewiston Police Department that we are trying right now is, I haven't seen those capabilities at all.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's just, that's what's been published about this brand. And
There's a lot that's been published about the brand that's inaccurate.
Okay,
I can tell
but-
you I've actually used it, and I'm very
I'm
comfortable.
sorry, but this was an officer from Sanford who was describing their experience with this system.
Yep.
So I guess Councilor Chittum also brought up where the data goes. So this data is not held at Lewiston PD. It's uploaded to a server with Flock, and then it's shared with any other law enforcement agency who is signed on with Flock. Is that what you said before?
So not any law enforcement agency that signed up with Flock. So it's a cloud-based server that is CJIS compliant, which criminal justice information systems compliant. So in order to be CJIS compliant, there's certain trainings you have to go through every year, and then they do audits on you as well. So Flock's cloud-based server is CJIS compliant. In order to access that, you have to be CJIS compliant as well. And Lewiston PD's search capabilities, we can have operating agreements with other agencies, but we control those. So if we know of Sanford PD misusing the system, then we can cut off Sanford PD. We control Lewiston's system. We're the ones that we can grant access, and we can also remove access, and that's not only to other agencies, but that's also internally as well.
Okay. But theoretically, so what agencies do you share it with?
I can't share that with you right now because they asked me not to tell you which agencies are currently using them. However, the agencies that we are using are local agencies that we are very comfortable sharing information with.
Do you share it with agencies that are not local agencies but are state agencies or federal agencies?
We share with municipal agencies that have MOUs inside of Flock that I'm comfortable with using and sharing information with, and they're feel the same with me.
Okay. And do you share it with any state agencies?
There's one person that has access in the state system who's under me, but he's also a state agent as well that has access to the system.
And then do you share it with any federal agencies?
As of right now, there's no federal agencies that have access to this.
To Lewiston's one?
Correct.
Okay. And then how long do you keep the data?
21 days.
Okay.
That's per state law.
Yeah, and then it gets
Expunged.
deleted, rolling deletion. Okay. And I guess my last question is, you mentioned a policy. So you're currently using them now. Do you have that policy?
I am currently using them. I've drafted the policy with Lieutenant Conley. We've kind of gone over it. We have kind of a rough working document. Only administration at Lewiston PD even has access to the system. I believe there's 8 of us, and then the one state agent that works under me. I've gone over the policy with him. It's a pretty acceptable policy from other agencies as well. I've looked at theirs. I've done my research with these. I've reached out to the agencies that we also have MOUs with to see their policies on it, which is very similar to the one that we're looking at drafting or putting out.
So you have, I guess I'm wondering about the timeline here. So when did you install them?
They began installation, I'd have to look back on the date, probably 2 weeks ago-ish. I could be off by a few days, but I'd say about 2 weeks ago, somewhere around the first of the month.
Okay.
3 weeks ago.
And then, so you've been using them since then, and when did the,
The day they got installed, no, we weren't using them because we didn't have access to the platform yet. I've had access to the system for a couple of weeks now.
okay. And then I guess, so this policy is current, or it's a draft policy?
It's in draft.
It's in draft, but you're using the system already?
Correct.
Okay. All right, I guess that's all the questions I have now.
All right.
Councilor Longchamps.
Yes. So I have a question. Let's say a crime happens, someone gets kidnapped, and they start heading towards the highway. This device captures the license plate, which then creates the information of John Doe owning the vehicle, right? Like, the license plate, and then does it give a name?
No,
Like, it
no,
doesn't.
no.
But you can search that.
We still have to run
Right.
through our database.
But it makes it a little bit, it's a tool to
Correct.
obviously fight
Expedites
crime.
things
And
significantly.
yeah, kind of makes things probably happen a little bit quicker.
Correct, exactly.
I don't think, for me, the cameras don't seem, I don't think you guys are putting them there just to watch people having fun. I think, there's a purpose to it, right?
Correct, yes.
Yeah, so basically, I just wanted to ask that one question. So it takes a picture of the license plate. It helps, obviously, fight crime much faster. And
Significantly.
gives you more detail of, especially in an area where people aren't talking, right? A drive-by shooting happens, which I hope you install them in the Tree Street neighborhood.
Excuse me 1 second. If members of the audience could please refrain from speaking. If you need to speak, go out into the hall.
In the area where we're having a lot of the gun violence, because
So one of the benefits to these cameras is they're actually portable. They run on solar power. There's a couple of, I believe, just clamps that hold them onto a light pole, and they can be moved pretty easily. I know some of the other agencies that do use them have already moved them quite a bit to help with certain problems in certain areas.
Yeah. For me, I want to help fight crime. I don't want to be a part of the problem. So I'm glad they've come up with something. If it's used for that purpose and that purpose only, I think it's a great tool to hopefully really start getting some of these people that are out there committing crimes and not getting caught. So thank you.
Councilor Najin.
So I'm just going to name a few things because I think we should in this space. From what I understand, the flock cameras can possibly work with Axon as well as Ring, correct? Expanding the overall network of the systems?
Yeah, I've seen some publications on that recently.
Okay, so that would basically mean that you would be able to tap into other resources you don't even actually have, as well as the fact that Axon, who is our body cam and AI reporting tool, we now would be able to access that as well, right?
Correct.
I think the largest concern for people who are concerned about these cameras is obviously warrantless mass surveillance. But I would say that in public, where these cameras are used, there is no expectation of privacy. And so it's one of those situations where 24 years ago, we were looking at the Patriot Act when we first put it in place. There are people who are 24 now who have only lived under the Patriot Act. So as data comes, basically what I'm trying to get at is like, my phone knows everything I do, no matter who I do it with, where I do it. And the folks that own that are private companies who get paid. So,
and you sign an agreement to release
exactly.
all that information to them when you sign up.
So, we're a state that has pretty strong digital privacy laws. If we're looking around and saying York, for instance, is using these cameras, you know, I would like to ask this too. If a municipality has a bolo out, right, or anything like that. We had an instance where there was a stolen vehicle that showed up in our community, and 2 weeks later we found out that there was a gentleman that was involved in the strangling in Massachusetts of a youth, right? That would help in a situation like this, possibly, if it was hit?
So again, this system does tie to the Amber Alert system. It ties to the Silver Alert system. It does tie to the stolen motor vehicle system as well. So if a vehicle is, as long as somebody is logged into the system, as long as one of our officers or anybody that's authorized to use it is logged into the system, in Lewiston, when a stolen vehicle or an Amber Alert hits off one of those cameras, it will immediately send a notification to anybody that's logged into the system and say, at this location, this vehicle, show a nice picture of the license plate, just passed by.
So just the last part that I want to comment on, I had a situation a few years ago where we had a house that was involved in drug sales in my neighborhood, and I worked with the Maine DEA, reached out to them. One of the big things that they asked for was, can you grab license plates? Can you grab the license plates and share them with us because of activities with known individuals, right? I think we have obviously a trafficking problem in our city. A tool like this would be able to identify high-frequency areas that would allow us to maybe better target with the DEA some of these drug houses.
To kind of
basically.
expand on that too, it also would help having MOUs with agencies in Massachusetts that has thousands of these cameras already in place, and they've had them for years, connecting the drug sales and the drug trade going from one location in Massachusetts or Connecticut to a location in Maine, and really not just getting the one person that's here, but getting the whole organization that's sending all these drugs up here.
Yeah, because we're certainly not making fentanyl in Lewiston. So yeah, okay, appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilor Sol, did you have something?
Yes. Actually forgot.
Okay, we can come back to
No,
Councilor
I
Gallant.
got it.
Okay, all right.
Is this system going to be the standard? Is that what we're going to be seeing? Like, this is going to be the standard for every police department? Like, every city should have this? I think they should.
Again, I mean, usually Maine is a little bit behind in law enforcement technology specifically. These are very popular down south. I mean, there's agencies that have hundreds and hundreds of these cameras. They're pretty popular in the Midwest. California's got several of them. West Coast has a lot of them. So again, that's kind of how things migrate, is west to east and then south to north. So again, Massachusetts has a significant amount of these. Connecticut has a significant amount of these. I believe Vermont, Burlington, Vermont maybe is exploring this as well. So it's trickling up here, and I mean, there's cases out there all over the place where these cameras have been extremely successful in locating missing children, locating, vulnerable people throughout the community pretty quickly.
Have you had, well, I don't want to word it this way, but I don't know how else to word it. Have you had the chance to use it? Like, I hope you haven't had to use it, but have you had results from it already?
Yes.
Did you want to share? Or can you share?
I can tell you it was a significant contributing factor to the arrest from one of the shootings this past weekend.
Okay, that's all I need to hear. Thank you.
Councilor Gallant.
Thank you, Mayor. I hope that we go to the next level, facial recognition. Quite frankly, I know that people up here are going to cry like little babies, but we know it's illegal. If you go to the airport, if you go to a school, courthouse, I don't care where you go, you go to Shaw's, to a bank, that would cut down drugs and drug problems and shootings immensely. So you're all worried about license plates. We should be looking at the next level, quite frankly, because that's how we're going to take back control in Lewiston. Cities that have done that have taken control because they can see who these people are that are breaking the laws because they're mobile. They go over and say, it's probably a neighborhood, put one over here in a tree or on a light post. So for all you worried about license plate, I hope you don't drive the turnpike. God forbid you go through there with a toll, they take it both ways, front and back.
That's true.
You know, let's be realistic, people. This is not like they're gonna fingerprint you.
Thank you, Councilor Glant. Councilor Chittum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sergeant Brown, thank you for the presentation. I think everyone on this council wants to provide you with all of the tools that you need to do the job. I think you also see some of the reservations about misuse of these tools, and I believe that you've taken that to heart. I'm fully in favor of license plate recognition, vehicular recognition. You did make some mentions to Amber Alerts and Silver Alerts. I'm assuming that this tool would help in those instances by recognizing vehicles and not people.
Correct. The license plate that's input into the system
Okay.
on these alerts. So a lot of times there's multiple descriptions given. There's a couple of different vehicles. They'll load the license plates into the Amber Alert. And if that license plate is tagged as one of the vehicles that is used in the Amber Alert, then it will send out notification to officers.
Okay. To the financial side, I believe it was about $72,000 a year in subscription fees?
It's just under 70,000.
Just under 70,000. That's a significant piece of change. I'm hoping that the tool is worth that investment, and this is an annual investment. I'm wondering if there's a way that you can report to whom I don't know, administration, council, somewhere, there is a financial record of the return of this money. How many times was it used in the past year? I don't know how you'd quantify that, but rather than throw out $70,000 a year, I'd like to see that the tool is being utilized. Is that something that could be done?
So part of the program is actually built for that, where you can kind of create your success story with using that system. So if because in order to use the system, you have to have a reason to use it. I can't just go in there and arbitrarily start searching random vehicles. I have to have a case number. I have to have a crime to search. From there, I can go and search and use the system accordingly. After that, I can put in there that arrest was made, it was a success, and then I can start tracking in the system later on for a council presentation or a city presentation that we've used this 45 times, we've solved 21 shootings from this, we've solved 15 stolen cars, whatever. There is a statistics side of it built into it.
Perfect. I think that will convince future councils that the investment was worthwhile. Thank you.
Yep.
We're now heading to public comment for this agenda item.
My name's Melissa Dunn. I'm community organizer in Lewiston, and I reside on Blake Street. Cases of abduction are rare. It's concerning police would use it as a talking point, knowing 93% of people know their abuser, the person who threatened or attempted to harm or kill them. News recently has headlines: federal immigration authorities access license plate readers, unauthorized use of flock camera system, privacy concerns, ICE overreach. There was a director of UW Center for Human Rights, Angelina Godoy, who expressed concerns of pursuit of people, even for immigration cases where there may have been no criminal case. There may be no criminal case process for a person whatsoever. This is in Washington, Western Washington, Olympia area. They said the Auburn police began running reports and intend to do monthly reports to identify and revoke access for agencies using data for immigration purposes. So it's interesting to me that there's perhaps a lack of transparency on who has access. I can tell you, being an organizer in Lewiston, we know who comes to our streets. It's the DEA, ICE, HSI, FBI. So it might be one of those folks, or the district attorney or attorney general, or even state police. Either way, there's concerns that this is a breach of privacy. It is surveillance. I actually have 6 asks to end the unnecessary surveillance of citizens that live in Lewiston and also pass through, to keep the 7 cameras, the other 7 cameras, to keep them remaining off. Do not install the other 7. Stop the use of the current 7 cameras and release the locations. And we want transparency on who has the access. Thank you.
Further public comment?
Matthew Egren, Ward 4. I got to go along with at least part of what you said about transparency on who can access this system. We know you can. You said there are 8 other officers who can access the system in the city of Lewiston. But you also said that we have agreements with other cities that can access our system. We are using way too many of these. These are mobile cameras which can then be placed, for example, let's say we have a rally. And let's use the No Kings rally. You could place these cameras where the No Kings rally is to get the license plates of every person who showed up for that rally. Tell me it doesn't happen? It does. We've run into this problem before. It's not a conspiracy. They used it against Republicans organizing events. They used it against Democrats who've organized events. Because one side doesn't want the other side being able to do something, now you have all their license plates. You can tell who's at what event. And is there a paper trail that shows up that says, hey, we use this to do this license or this car? These are things that really need to be seen. This policy that you're talking, that's a draft policy, needs to be seen by the public. Because otherwise, it's a nice policy you have that's non-transparent. And the city needs transparency in how we do things. I agree. You can't go anywhere without being surveilled now. You go down the highway, you go to the airport, the bank. Though most banks' security systems are probably crap. Some of the old stores' security systems are crap. What they're going to show, when they pull them, they go, oh, that's really nice. That's the worst digital fog I've ever seen. But they're there. But this is a brand new system. It ties into other systems. You can actively search things. We, the public, need to know how it's being used. I'd love to see that policy be brought before the council so the council knows how it's being used. Because it could be one of you guys who ends up on those surveillance cameras in places that you didn't want to be. Have a nice day.
Further public comment? The question that I have, Sergeant, is there any, it must create an audit trail for the
Yes.
logins?
Internal audits.
Right, correct, yeah. And so does that get reviewed periodically? Are there procedures for that? How does that work?
Yes, in the policy that we're working on, there's going to be reviews by administration to see who's using the system. And it's anybody that searches within our system or accesses our system from another agency, that's on our audit. So we know who's looking at our information.
Gotcha.
And what their purpose of using that information is, because they have to log in a case number and a reason for it. So then we can call that agency up and say, what were you using this for? What's this case number related to? So there is an audit trail, and there's checks and balances inside of it.
I see. Okay, so you wouldn't be able to just randomly type in a license plate without a case being created?
Correct.
Understood. Okay, thank you. Councilor Harriman?
Thank you. So you said a little bit ago that this is a $70,000 annual fee?
Yes.
And so is it a purchase or a license fee, or like, are we buying the cameras or are we leasing the cameras?
So right now we're in a 60-day trial. After the 60 days, I can opt out, and say, nope, these aren't for us, or I can go forward and purchase the cameras. It is not a purchase of the cameras. It is a lease of the cameras and lease of the program to access these. If we decide after 1 year we spend the $70,000 and we don't want to spend that money anymore because they're not worth it, then they just come back and they pick the cameras up and they shut our access down and drive away.
Okay, because that's not how it was presented to the council when, so we approved this in June. It says the Lewiston Police Department was awarded $70,000 to be used to purchase surveillance cameras to be placed at various locations in the city. This will allow officers to view the cameras to identify suspects and get the facts when a crime has occurred. And it says these funds have been awarded to purchase surveillance cameras, approximately 10 portable cameras placed covertly throughout the city to gather evidence. I took that to mean that it was $70,000 to purchase cameras. That would be a purchase. Then we would own the cameras, and then we could move them around to various locations. It also doesn't mention anything about license plate reading or about collecting data or anything like that. So I'm wondering why this is the first time the council is hearing of some of these things here. It just seems like this should have been brought up when we approved the purchase, which in my mind was for something very different than this.
Yeah, we weren't really exploring them too deeply. We were just, when that money was awarded, it was, you have $70,000 to spend on portable cameras.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go see what's out there.
So where are you going to get the $70,000 after this initial $70,000?
That's something that we're going to have to work on, and we can apply for the Burn Grant again, which is the grant that you approved last June.
Mm-hmm.
If, in fact, we continue to go forward with these.
Okay. And then you also mentioned earlier MOUs with agencies in Massachusetts that have a lot of these cameras. Is that something that you currently have now or you're looking to do in the future?
We're going to weigh all the different options and how they help us out, but I don't see how it would hurt us by having MOUs with these agencies and trying to figure out the traffic of guns, drugs, and stolen vehicles and missing children and silver alerts out of different agencies. I think the larger we expand the network, the more benefit it is to the city, knowing when somebody's coming into our city that has abducted a child or stolen a car or is involved in a homicide out of another agency, and when they come into Lewiston and they know what they're driving for a vehicle and they've been involved in something nefarious, we're alerted of it right away and we can end it.
Mm-hmm. So I guess if we were to sign an MOU with those agencies, then we'd get access to their cameras and they'd get access to our cameras as well?
That depends. That depends on the agreement. There's some agencies out there that they don't care about anybody else's systems because theirs is so robust that they're willing to just share theirs with everybody else. And then there's some agencies that don't want to share their cameras, but if you want to share your cameras with them, then go right ahead.
And is that addressed in the policy?
Not that we've discussed, no. Of the sharing, you mean?
Yeah.
Of what the MOU is going to say? Or what the policy is going to say about MOUs?
Right, just about, I would think the policy would address how we share data with outside agencies and
I think
vice
that's
versa.
going to be up to the discretion of the chief and deputy chief and inside the police department on how they feel most comfortable sharing this information.
Okay. Can we get a copy of that policy? Is that?
It's in draft form right now.
Okay. All right. And then you mentioned that it takes pictures of license plates earlier and then converts the tag to text that can be searched from a database?
Yes. Well, inside their platform, yes.
Yeah. And then, so it has the license plate, it has the location where the camera is, and it must have a date and time stamp?
Yes.
Okay. So then you can, if I were to drive past one camera, they'd have a timestamp there, and then I drive past another camera, they'd have another timestamp of me driving past that one.
Yes.
So I'm just concerned about how this could be used to, to track people's movements because.
Well, it tracks vehicles, not people.
True, but in most situations.
On public ways.
True, but in most situations, the person who is, excuse me,
Sorry,
true, but
one second,
in
Councilor
most
Harriman.
situations.
Counselor, 1 second, please. If the rest of the council can please remain quiet while Counselor is speaking. Thank you. Counselor Harriman, please continue.
So true, but in most situations, for me, for example, my license plate is registered to my name, and I drive that car 99 out of 100 times. There's only one other person who's ever driven that car. That's my partner. So if you're tracking a car, you are tracking a person, essentially.
You're tracking a vehicle. Doesn't track people, tracks vehicles. On
But
public ways.
If the vehicle's registered to me,
pay a
and I'm the
registration
only one
for
who
it.
drives it.
Correct.
Yeah, so that's the concern.
Okay.
That's the concern that I've had to address, to me a lot of times. And that's why I'm interested to see this policy about how this information is used. And I feel like we're kind of getting things out of order. Like, it seems like the policy should have been presented and approved and given to the council before the cameras were starting to be used. It seems like you're using the cameras, but you don't have a policy on how to use them. It seems like it should have been the other way around.
Okay.
Anything further, Councilor Herman?
I'm all set.
Okay. Councilor Glant.
Just so we're clear, they're not going to follow anybody around unless they have a case. So if you haven't broken the law, they're not going to be tracking your vehicle.
There you go.
So that's number one. Okay, it could be up in a cloud, but if you haven't done anything wrong, no one's going to find you. It's only been 2 weeks. Let's give the guy a break. It's going to take more than 2 weeks to write a policy and procedures till you figure out how the thing works. Then you fine tune it, and then you bring it to somebody to be looked at. Because then you don't have a bunch of holes and everybody beating it up and changing things. I'm sure we'll get to see it when the time comes, but they're still in a learning curve. So let's give them a break and try it out. Like he said, in 60 days, they may decide they don't like it. So why would they bring us a policy now that's not going to be used? That's my opinion.
Councilor Saul, did you have something?
I guess I just wanted to say that, let's face it, Lewiston has a lot of bad apples, and we have a lot of bad apples rolling in. And if this system is going to stop some of that and stop some of the drive-by shootings that we're having, then I'm all for it, regardless of what it tracks. If it's going to encourage public safety, then I'm happy with that. So thank you for presenting this to us.
Thank you.
Councilor Longchamps?
Yeah, I don't even want to waste too much time on this, but
okay.
I don't, but I'm still going to say it really quickly. I don't think, Councilor Harriman, they're watching people to go see, like, where are
If
they
councilors could please address
where are they
other
going?
councilors through the mayor, that would be
Where
great.
are they going to lunch, or, who's with who? I don't think that's, if they're watching, if a vehicle, there's a reason for it. There's a crime that has happened. So I just think it's ridiculous that you're being so petty about it.
Councilor Decorum, please.
Sorry.
Thank you.
That's just my opinion, and I'm sorry for saying that to you, but,
We're talking about issues, not each other.
yes.
Thank
But
you.
again, if we're talking about trying to fight crime, we have cameras on our dashboards now. We have cameras that take a pic, that see everything if you get into an accident. In fact, it helped when you were in an accident some time back, or a situation. So it's the world we're living in now. It's helping us to advance in so many ways. And again, that's it.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Najin?
Yeah, I just wanted to really recognize Sergeant Brown. You've done some work around bringing modern law enforcement tools within LPD's purview and toolbox, and I greatly appreciate that. I hope that the benefit to the city and to the department is recognized, and you've contributed to that greatly, so thank you. I'd also like to say, as somebody who, I had grave concerns about the Patriot Act. I still do on certain levels. But when we deal with some of the politicalization of police forces, I think that's complicated, right?
Correct.
You follow lawful orders, and those lawful orders, no matter who's in charge at any given time, can be different. You follow the rule of law. So I just wanted to, recognize that as well. Thank you. And I think the larger issue is not a municipal issue. That's something that's decided possibly by the state or federal government. We're talking about how these tools work in our community, whether or not we can cover the cost of them, and whether or not they help the police department. That's all.
Thank you.
If audience members could please refrain from speaking, that'd be great. Public comment is now over. So a couple of things. What you're describing with the cameras and the payment, or I'm sorry, how we're licensing them, it's called software as a service. And so, yeah, that may not have been immediately known when the order was drafted. So I can understand how that will happen. And yeah, and understand also that, like, in order to develop the policy, you need to figure out how the camera work, what the capabilities are, and then, yeah, so we're kind of in this trial period here in more ways than one. So I think it can be like a really great tool to use to combat some crime here. But I also think that we need appropriate guardrails around it, and I trust you when you're telling us that you're developing these appropriate guardrails. And just in hearing you talk about the software, it sounds like the software has guardrails built into it.
That's correct.
Yeah, which is helpful. Councilors, thank you. Yes. Okay. Yes, Councilor Harriman.
Thank you, and I apologize for having so many questions, but I tried to get these questions answered and was shut down on it. I asked Sergeant Brown, and he was very forthcoming with information about these. This was back on October 2nd. And then I started to ask more questions, and I got basically a completely different answer from, I'm not sure who at the police department. They said they haven't moved on the grant yet, which that was on October 6th. Which
that's correct. We still haven't moved on the grant yet to this day, because we'd have to go in front of the finance committee in order to purchase them.
So you have the cameras, but you haven't moved on the grant?
Trial. It's a trial.
Trial. And the reason I stopped talking with you and communicating via email is because you said that you wanted to discuss this in front of the city council.
Right, I didn't direct.
So that's why I stopped communicating.
And I didn't direct follow-up questions to you. I was asking more about the financial pieces. And I just thought that, if a counselor has questions about a program, that those questions would be answered and would be answered in full,
Mr. Mayor.
I suppose, and not
Mr.
just
Mayor,
about, not just a technicality.
Point
about
of order.
Councilors, give me 1 second. Thank you. It's getting late.
Point of order.
What is your point of order, Councilor Chittum?
Relevance. I would move that we thank Sergeant Brown for his testimony, for his evidence tonight, and call the item.
Well, thank you. Did you have any further questions while we have Sergeant Brown here, Councilor Harriman?
I think that the further questions I have can't be answered at this time. They'll need to be answered by, I would really like to see the policy that's governing these cameras we're using, and what sort of, I'd also like to know when it's going to come in front of the council for approval for this program. Those are things I guess can't be answered right now.
Thank you, Councilor. Thank you, Councilors. Sergeant Brown, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We are now up to public comment period for those that did not speak during the previous public comment period. Public comment is now closed. We are now up to reports and updates from councilors. Should there be any? Councilor Chittum.
Very quickly, I want to remind everybody that the Budget Committee of the county has its last meeting tomorrow night. It is poised to approve a 14% increase in the county budget, which would translate to an extra $1 million upon the city of Lewiston. If you have any opportunity, please plan to attend the final Budget Committee meeting tonight and, I'm sorry, tomorrow night, and the final commission meeting on November 5th. Those are both at the county building.
Thank you. Further, seeing no other reports and updates, we are up to new business. Should there be any? Councilor Gallant? Use the mic, please.
I'd like to add some items to our meeting date in November, seeing only having one. I would like a further discussion on public health officer and whether or not the financial director can figure out if there's money to pay from January to June for a position like that. I would like to talk about charter changes that we can do at our level. And we just want to remind you of the opiate fund needle container money, that we can find out that if there's enough money, as Councilor Chittiman asked for, that we get with Public Works and have that taken care of so we have some spares. Thank you.
Councilor Stoll, did you have something?
I just wanted to thank Public Works for getting out to Parity Park as fast as they did and getting some work done. So I know that was greatly appreciated by all of the public. So thank you, Public Works.
Any further updates or well, new business, I guess, from councilors? Madam Clerk, I think we're ready to adjourn at this point.
Fantastic. Counselor from Ward 4?
Yes.
Well,
Ward
do we need a
5?
motion first?
Oh, I'm sorry. Is there a
Yeah.
motion? I'm sorry.
I guess I will move.
Councilor, well, moved by Councilor Harriman, seconded by Councilor Chittum. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
No.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Word 2?
Yes.
Word 3?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 6-1.
Thank you, councilors. Thank you, staff. And thank you, Lewiston, for sticking with us. Have a wonderful evening.